All right, everybody, let's go ahead and call this meeting, this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Please excuse our tardiness. We're running from one meeting to the next and trying to get a little lunch in the middle of that. But we want to call this meeting to order, and we will start with roll call, Madam Clerk.
Trustee Church.
Here.
Trustee Minetto.
Here.
Trustee Diane Nicolette. Here. Trustee Joe Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Beth Smith.
Here.
Trustee Angela Taylor.
Here.
Student Trustee Victoria Gomez.
Here.
We are here. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to ask our student trustee, Victoria Gomez, to lead us in the pledge.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, student trustee Victoria. Okay, we're going to go to agenda item 2, which is our consent agenda. We'll start with the consent agenda item 2.02 through 2.17, which is what we will be considering before us on today. And I will ask if any trustee has interest in pulling any item off of the consent agenda at this time. And if that's not the pleasure of any trustee, then I'll be looking, if it's the pleasure of the board, looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.17.
Trustee Nicolette, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
I am requesting to pull, excuse me, I'm trying to settle my lunch here. It is,
Oh, that's right, you shared that with me.
yes,
That's good,
thank you for your help.
I believe it's 2.03.
It is, thank you, both of you. 2.03, yes, I
Okay.
would like to pull that.
All right, trustee Nicolette has asked to pull 2.03, and that's just fine. Any other requests from the trustees? If not, looking for approval for a consent agenda item 2.02, and then 2.04 through 2.17. Okay, we'll take trustee Smith as a motion, then vice president Minetto as the second. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion carries. At the record show, it is unanimous. So we're going to pull, ask staff to come forward for agenda item 2.03. Mr. Ernst. Oh, he just stepped out. Okay, someone's going to go grab him for us. I'll read the title because it's long anyway. Mm-hmm. Consent agenda item 2.03. This is approval of the scope of work and quote with the new teacher project in the amount of $392,000 for services to be performed at William Anderson Elementary School, Libby Booth, Elementary School, Rita Cannon Elementary School, Desert Heights Elementary School, Glen Duncan Elementary School, Dorothy Lemelson Elementary School, Echo Lothar Elementary School, Bernice Matthews Elementary School, Natchez Elementary School, Mariposa Dual Language Academy, Marvin Bacolo, Stead Elementary School, Fred W. Trainer Middle School, Turning Point, Veterans Memorial Elementary School, and Washoe Inspire Academy pursuant to the Nevada Department of Education's Title I School Improvement, Section 1003A grant. And this is for possible action. Dr. Nicolette, I'll turn it over to you for questions for staff, and thank you, staff, for being here.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you for being here. And truly, my query is about trying to understand this more deeply, because this is complex and it's considerable amount of money. So, school support proposal. Can you, a couple things. It has to do with title schools first. So if you could tell us just a little more about that. And then also, are these schools that are mentioned on the agenda item, are these schools the only title schools that will receive this money? And how does this happen? How are the schools identified other than title? And then what are the strategies for improving student performance?
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. Joe Ernst, Chief Accountability Officer. I brought today with me, this is Brian Pruitt. He's our Title I Director. He can speak a little bit to the grant itself, and then we can kind of answer some of those questions that you presented there. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Pruitt.
Good afternoon, Brian Pruitt, Title I Director. So some background on this Title I 1003A grant. This is a separate Title I grant. We call it Little A. The main Title I grant is capital A, right? Big A. So we're Big A, this is Little A, instead of having to say 1003A, right? So with this Little A funding, when the state gets their Title I allocation, federal requirements are that they take 7% off the top before it goes out to LEAs for school improvement. That is this Little A grant. It's school improvement funding. It is very specific on how it's used and which schools get it. It is a competitive grant that we have to apply for. And for Washoe County, we have applied, and it needs to go towards Title I CSI, Comprehensive Support Intervention Schools, or TSI, Targeted Supported Intervention Schools. For Washoe County, the lowest rating is CSI schools. So we have applied for 18 Title I CSI schools to receive this funding. They have to be Title I schools. They have to be CSI, which are our lowest 5% of all Title I schools in the state. That's how they identify CSI schools. And were initially targeted as, or labeled, identified as one-store schools. So we apply for this grant, and it's very strict on how we use it. It has to be used but for an NDE-approved ESSA evidence-based provider. And so NDE has a list of providers and what supports, and it has to be on their list. We have to put what we want to use it for in the grant, which provider we have. NDE has to approve it. And so in this Little A grant, which is currently right now about $2.4 million, it funds this outside vendor work. It also funds each school to have a data coach. It funds stipends for PLC, extended PLC time outside of contract hours. And it also funds for some training hours during the summer through TNTP, this vendor.
That was a lot of information.
It
Clearly,
was.
you know your stuff. So let me back up just for a moment. I'm going to ask a real simple question. So of the 2.1 million?
2.4
Thank you.
Currently, yes.
2.4, that seems to be a recurring number today. 2.4 million, that's all funded by the 1003A grant.
That is correct.
And do we have to reapply every year?
That's a good question. So originally this was a 3-year grant. So you had 9 original schools that applied for this TNTP support. Because of COVID, last year would have been our 3rd year, but because all the money didn't get spent, positions couldn't get hired, everything else that you guys have dealt with COVID, right? It was extended to this year for those 9 original schools. So this would be their 4th year. And it will be their last year. It doesn't mean that we can't reapply for it in the future, but it would end at the end of this year for those 9 schools. For the new schools that came on last year, we have 7 schools. That would have technically been their first year, but once again, because of COVID, this would be their first year. So more than likely, they would have that funding for 2 more years after this year before we would have to reapply.
And then, thank you so much. This has helped a lot. So my final question is, I'm going to just tell you off the top, I trust the work's going to be done, and I'm glad that we're doing this. This is about our students and helping our teachers. So what, if you could give me just a highlight of the measurables so that we know this is working? Because let's face it, it may be grant dollars, but all in all, it's tax dollars, and that's all of us. So what are the measurables that show success?
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. Another good question. And really, we have a comprehensive evaluation system that goes along with TNTP and with Title I Little A in our school improvement grant. Right now, some of the measurables that we see are really good feedback in the surveys from our principals and from staff in terms of capacity building, in terms of providing instruction, last year around providing distance learning instruction, also with actually looking at our common formative assessments and using those to diagnose student learning and then address that in their daily instruction. So the overall survey results have been very encouraging, and we even saw some of our schools last year as outliers that actually performed better in proficiency than they had in 18-19. Just a couple of those schools as well.
And yes, I would hope so. Thank you. So just educational terms and acronyms, man, we create new ones every week. So just to be clear on the common informative assessments, describe that a little more.
Sure. So common formative assessments have been a district initiative over the last couple of years. We started them to support our acceleration schools. And what we have found is that the standards are very rigorous in terms of the depth of the standards. What's really important component is that when we measure the learning of that standard, that measurement, that is assessed at the correct level of rigor. And so what we did is, working with the assessment department, curriculum instruction, Office of School Leadership, put together common formative assessments in ELA and in math. They occur approximately 6 to 7 times throughout the year after a set of intervals, maybe 2 units that have taken place in math, 1 unit in ELA. And these are common assessments that every student in the school district takes, say in the ELA instance, 3rd through 8th grade, and all having that same question with that deeper level of rigor. And so what we're really trying to get at is ensuring that the learning that has occurred has not just been peripheral learning, but at the depth we really want. And so common formative assessments can range from 10 to 20 total questions in each of those assessments.
And I'll share this later when we do our board reports, but I had an opportunity to I wouldn't say participate, because I was just a learner in ELA and math PLCs. And I'm hoping that all trustees will take an opportunity to do that because it was extremely informative. And so would you tell us just a little bit more about the PLCs, because you did mention that, and I think it's a wonderful tool that the school district is incorporating to chart a pathway to student success.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So PLCs, professional learning communities. This is where we have a group of teachers and or a department that carefully review the assessment, and you're trying to get at an item analysis. So you're going question by question, looking to see how each of the students have performed. We have excellent spreadsheets that are used that show how many students in the class what percentage of students got question number 1 right, what essential standard it speaks to. Question number 2, what essential standards. Teachers review the assessments, trying to get at where those misconceptions are occurring. Then they try to, based on the percentage of students that have mastered that standard or not mastered that standard, either weave that back into their Tier 1 instruction as they're going forward in the next unit. If the percentage of students is smaller that did not master that standard, then they'll work to pull small groups and remediate in small groups over time. But it's really an opportunity for teachers to share their practices with each other. And so we might find a teacher that was really successful with greatest common multiple, or greatest common factor. And when they have done that, they share that with their colleagues. This is what I did when we worked through this concept. And so then it's an opportunity for other teachers to ask them questions and then reflect on their teaching and see what they can do. Another teacher might have had success in another area or another essential standards, and they then share their practices with each other. So it is a way of really synergizing and really getting people to work together to improve student learning.
Oh, there's this. I think this is fun stuff. And so to bring it first full circle, Ryan, part of these monies supports the opportunity for teachers to come together to do this PLC work around essential standards.
It does. The PLC work is a district initiative, but what we do is we go above and beyond that. So with Title I money, it's the above and beyond for our schools that are identified, for this case, CSI schools that are in need of improvement, right? So it's to give them more support than the rest of the district.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Targeted support.
Okay. Sounds like your questions were.
More than answered, but in an effort to move us along, because I could talk about this all day, I'll just say thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. So I guess I'm looking to you, ma'am, for a motion now, if you're good, or.
Absolute motion. Okay, so let me get that cheat sheet because it just sounds so much more professional when I read it from.
You might not get this one quite because it's just agenda item 2.03.
I'm there.
All right, there you
I'm
go.
going to read it. So I move that we approve the scope of work and quote with the new teacher project in the amount of $392,000 for services to be performed at said elementary schools.
Thank you very much. There is a motion on the floor that agenda item 2.03 be approved. Is there a second? I see second by Trustee Rodriguez. Motion by Dr. Nicolette, seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. Any further discussion? I don't see JJ nodding and waving, so there's no public comment on this item. All right, very good. So all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? The motion carries. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you very much, and thank you for such thorough answers. Thank you. Yes, such thorough answers. Okay, we'll go on to now agenda item 3, which is 3.01. This is our public hearing. And discussion, this public hearing, discussion, and approval of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-019, a resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $3,400,000 of medium-term obligations for the obligation bonds, I would imagine, right, for the purpose of acquiring school buses and other support vehicles for the district, and directing the CFO to forward materials to the Department of Taxation of the state of Nevada. This is for possible action, so we are going to just go right into opening the public hearing. Okay, so the public hearing is officially open, something we need to do in this case, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Mathers.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustees, this resolution in front of you would authorize staff and myself to begin the process to issue medium-term obligations or medium-term bonds for a maximum of $3.4 million for replacement of school buses and support vehicles. And so of the $3.4 million, approximately $2.2 million would be used to buy 14 school buses to replace older buses. And then $1.1 million would be used to buy 27 support vehicles and equipment. The support vehicles and equipment would include a replacement of trucks for maintenance staff, whether they're the paint shop or the heating ventilation staff or what have you, 5 police vehicles, 9 tractors and other vehicles at schools, and two vans for the mailroom. So a variety of other vehicles that would be replaced. The district has used kind of a rolling 4-year plan of replacement for buses and vehicles like this, so this would be analogous to getting a 4-year car loan. Basically, we'd go into debt for 4 years to buy these vehicles. These medium-term bonds are general obligations of the district, so they carry the full faith and credit of the district. However, the funding source for the debt service on these bonds would be our Government Services Tax Capital Projects Fund, not the general fund. So because the term of these bonds is less than 10 years, there's a different process for approval of this debt. We would go to the Department of Taxation for approval rather than the Debt Management Commission. So once we get your approval, we close the public hearing and we receive your approval for this item, That would start the process. We would provide a packet requesting approval from the State Department of Taxation. They look over our financial situation, and assuming their approval, I would come back to you with an actual bond resolution to issue debt for these vehicles, again, in the maximum amount of $3.4 million. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for just the walkthrough for the public as well as with those vehicles, where those vehicles will be assigned, so we can make sure that stays very clear as well. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Matthews, thank you very much. I've heard different stories, and I'm not an expert at all on this. Or is this the standard way we normally fund school buses and vehicles, or is this unusual?
This has been the standard way the district has funded replacement of buses and its white fleet for many, many years.
So if I understand, we basically have two options. We pay cash, and there's no interest rate, which very few people do for vehicles, or we pay interest. And do we know what kind of interest we're looking at?
Yeah, with rates in the market where they're at, we're probably looking at an interest rate just under 1%.
Okay, that's all good. One of the legal questions for you or Mr. Rombardo, I've heard comments about, can we use the money for vehicles that are not used directly to transport students, such as buses, or the tractors obviously fall directly into the capital projects, but a police car for capital projects, you've got my interest up on that.
So we run this transaction by, again, bond counsel, and they do review the purposes of these bond proceeds against law, state law, and they've concluded this is an eligible expense.
I don't have it in front of me. I should have been prepared, and I'm negligent. There's some kind of an NRS that talks about it, but it may be a whole different section applying to something else. That's rather specific on certain funding being for transportation of students or, tractors, that kind of thing. Are you familiar with that, or are the bond people familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
That's unrelated?
I'm sorry?
Could you talk about that?
It is language in NRS concerning the use of proceeds of rollover bonds and other debt. And it does mention transportation of students, but it also has kind of a catch-all category of all other equipment required by the school district.
Okay, so as long as the lawyers are good with that, that's my main thing. And then this directly relates to buses, not to the bond, so again, legal counsel, keep me in within the reins of the lines here. That those buses, do they have to be the yellow standard, what we think of as a school bus? Because it's been brought to my attention that sometimes there'll be field trips, there'll be bands that go to Elko, there'll be groups that go to Vegas. Is it possible that money could be used to maybe buy one nice, fancy, like you see the tour groups do?
Like charter bus or something like that?
Yeah, like a charter bus. And one of the things I like about them is a lot of times they have the video on there, so the kids can either watch a movie or educational programs at the same time they're traveling all the way to Vegas. And probably most importantly, especially if I was to go with them, that they have a bathroom. So, yeah. So at my age, I don't want to be pulling over the side of the road on the way to Vegas. So, is that something that could be incorporated into? And I was saying it would be. I'm just asking if it could be, and if there's some discussion of that.
So I'm not familiar with any restriction against purchase of a bus like you're talking about, at least in terms of what we can use bonds for. I don't know how our transportation department would feel about that.
Well, he's behind you, so why don't we ask him?
I kept looking around for him. And
Mr. Lee, please. And just identify yourself for the record, sir.
Scott Lee, Director of Transportation. So we have looked at the tour buses in the past. At this point, it doesn't make sense for the amount of use that it would have to spend the amount of money that would be required when we have a surplus of additional buses, of the school buses. The school buses are, they allow for, especially now with the driver shortage, we are doing the trips right after the school, so we would have to go and transfer buses, things like that. This would allow for more continuity. We can maintain the same vehicle, plus they're safer overall.
Why are they safe?
Because they're designed for compartmentalization, the padding on the inside, the standards that school buses are built to are not the same standards that other buses are built to.
Okay. Putting that argument aside for just a second, I have been approached by citizens concerned about that because their groups do go on these long trips. And again, no bathrooms, most of the school buses don't have the underneath storage, although some do, et cetera, et cetera. What if benevolent citizens were willing to chip in to offset the cost? Is that possible? I mean, we're not going to make a decision on that today. That's a decision probably the board doesn't have to make, but at the 30,000 foot level. But is that possible?
That would be something that we could certainly look into and look at all of the options available and see what would be required and most suitable for our students.
So I think I'm going to jump in right here. Very compelling idea, though, I'll tell you that. But the agenda item is just about purchasing this.
Got it.
So doesn't mean it can't come back around, but,
I heard, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You probably heard them kicking me under the table over
Yeah,
here.
but I got to put that all out on there for the possibility before I got kicked. So all the way over here. So I got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Other questions, comments? Okay, do we have any public comment? We're still in the public hearing on this. No public comments on this. Okay, then we will close the public hearing. At this, we've had this. Thank you for the comments. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for being here to step up. And now I'll look for a motion, if that's the pleasure of the board, to approve these purchases of buses and other district support vehicles. Again, clear to know, this is district support. These are support vehicles, not individual use vehicles. They're support vehicles. So, please, Trustee Smith.
Yes, I move that the Board of Trustees approves Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-019, the 2021B authorization resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $3.4 million of medium-term obligations to finance the purchase of buses and district support vehicles and to direct the Chief Financial Officer to forward materials to the Department of Taxation of the State of Nevada.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor from Trustee Smith, and I see Dr. Nicolette leaning in.
Second.
There is a second. Dr. Nicolette, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. Mathers and Mr. Lee.
You need to close the hearing.
I closed it already. All right, now we're on to agenda item 3.02. Presentation on the academic programming offered at Rise Adult Academy. Rise Adult Achievement. At Rise, I just changed the name of the school, Dawn. Help me, sorry. I get so excited. I should have worn my Rise shirt. I just changed the name of the school. I'm sorry. Let me try it. Agenda item 3.0. I got a little excited. Agenda item 3.02. Presentation on the academic programming offered at Rise Academy for Adult Achievement.
Yay!
That's what I meant. And then before us, we see the amazing Dawn. I've just known her at Rice more than you, Steve. Sorry. Principal Steve, and then Area Superintendent Gina in front of us.
Good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, Dr. McNeil, Board of Trustees. Hi, Victoria. I'm excited today to introduce the principal of Rise, Steve Constantino, and the assistant principal, Don Adams. And Steve has been at Rise for 5 years as the principal, and Don has been there for 8 years. And so I'm excited for you to hear what is happening at Rise Academy. And I also want to put that picture in your head in June when we were at graduation at Damani Ranch High School, and our Rise adults were getting their diploma, and some of them had their children with them. And what a beautiful experience that was. So you can picture the end, and then now you're going to hear it from the beginning. So thank you all, and enjoy the show.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. Thanks for having us. We appreciate it. So I'm Steve, and this is Dawn with the admin team for Rise Academy for Adult Achievement. Yes, thanks for all of you who attended our graduation. On that previous slide was another picture of our graduation from a few years ago at University of Nevada, Reno. Fantastic event. We think it's a great graduation event. We have students who come to us all throughout the year, but we do have that one big celebration in June as well. So we are Washoe County School District's adult school, and we believe that everyone benefits when adults in our county have the opportunity for upward mobility and to go back to school and to be able to move on to whether it's higher education or career advancement. And our presentation here this afternoon is to kind of give you a little bit of an idea of our programs offered, our stats and info, and then also give you an opportunity for questions. So we have and we're hoping technology is going to work, but we do have a little bit of an advertisement for you that we're going to get through. So let's see if it works. Okay, never mind. Well, yeah, that's just a little bit background for us. We don't have student zone for us, which is sometimes a challenge. But we have quarters that come through, and we have the great benefit of meeting new students each and every day, and I think that's a fantastic benefit. So we have a quarterly cycle, which allows our students maybe 4, maybe 5 times in a quarter to start a school year and to join us. We also have some other open enrollment options that we'll get to this afternoon. So it does become a little challenging. We do a lot of events. I hand out a lot of pens, T-shirts, stress balls, mints, all that stuff to get the word out to all of our adults in Washoe County about what we have to offer. And certainly it's like starting a new school year 4 or 5 times a year. However, again, we get an opportunity to meet our adults each and every day and hear their stories, and it just revitalizes us on the good work that we do.
And so a little bit about the past and present. If you're from our community, you probably remember Washoe High, Washoe Adult. Some people called it the GED program. There have been a lot of different names, formal and informal, over the years. And so back in 2014, a group of district personnel came together to really look at the program, really talk to the students, talk to our community members, talk to staff, and really figure out what was working and what was not working for adult students. Adult education nationally, I think it's fair to say, is not usually the most rigorous part of our education system, and we really felt there was an opportunity to change that for our workforce, for our children, for their families. And so during that time, there's just a brief list on that slide, but there were curricular resources, but there wasn't really scope and sequence of courses. Courses didn't have strong attendance policies or no attendance policies at that time, which is typical in some adult ed programs, and in others it's not. So we looked at the research on what works in adult education, what provides better rigor and success for adults. There was no professional learning in that model, and it is a challenge. I will say it's a huge challenge to provide professional learning to adult educators because, as we'll talk about later, we have teachers that this is their second job for, so finding a time that works for everyone is a challenge. Our biggest challenge is scheduling. So by necessity of lack of scheduling options, that was something that did not exist. Walkthroughs were controversial at that time. They were not part of the culture and climate of adult education. There was technology, but it wasn't heavily utilized. And there were 14 up to 21 different sites around our community, which on the face looks and sounds really great because it's like, oh, there's 21 hubs around the community where people can go. The downside to that was there was lack of supervision and support. There was lack of ability to provide teachers and students the support that they would need. So there was surveys conducted, staff surveys conducted, and some really heavy research done to decide what would be, if Washoe County could define like the perfect adult education program, what would it look like? It was a really nice opportunity. So in 2015, there were some significant changes that were made. New staffing was hired. An interview process was created to interview teachers. We actually interview teachers every single quarter. We say at RISE we have 5 new school years a year, which is a challenge, but also, like Steve said, it's a blessing as well, right? It's a mix. We started to create curriculum maps so that our hourly teachers who are not necessarily paid for planning had a strong scope and sequence to follow. There's no debate about what adults need. We know the skills and standards they need to meet. Here are the curricular resources, digitized them, and started that in 2015. Strong professional learning cycles, which I know has always been a conversation. So we have professional learning at the beginning of the quarter and mid-quarter, 2 opportunities for teachers to review student work and talk about how we're meeting their needs or not meeting their needs. There was a rebranding with the communications department at that point. There was a naming, the whole official piece of renaming a school went, which was a really beautiful process to allow the community to pick the colors and decide what kind of school they wanted. We also got a new building at that point. We used to be part of a high school, as you might remember. We were located on the West 2nd Street location, and we started leasing the building at 1301 Cordone Avenue, where we still currently are on the 2nd and 3rd floor. And we started integrating technology in a very, very heavy way. So now, as you can see, we're a one-to-one school. We have some students who need to take devices home because they don't have devices at home for distance options. We have a very strong and articulated curriculum that we have presented at conferences on, and we share with other members of our state and across the country. We have a very strategic professional learning plan that allows teachers to analyze student work, and we have hybridized all of our courses. So the last year and a half was probably not easy for anyone, but it was a little easier for us because we had had our curriculum digitized for at least 3 years. And so we were able to give our students that option this current year to either join us virtually with a teacher teaching or in the class, in addition to Edgenuity as we have in our high schools and an HSE program. Our building was nicely refreshed a year and a half, 2 years ago. We have new paint and new carpet. It's nice and fresh in there. And I think the message I would like to give about the changing of the program is our adult students have fought in a lot of ways to get where they are. And so I think dignifying their experience in a nice building and with strong curriculum and showing how much we believe in them and their potential means a lot. And so we've done a lot to work on that. We do provide childcare for free in the evenings in a collaboration with Parent University, which is on pause right now, as a lot of childcare things are, but we're really excited to get that started again. Maybe January, maybe March. But yeah, that's my part.
Okay, the next slide is kind of, in a nutshell, what RISE offers our busy adults in Washoe County. And everything we look at is through the lens of a busy adult who probably has job responsibilities, family responsibilities, then you've got some craziness of COVID, and then you put school on a very, very busy plate. So this infographic has our 3 programs that outline what we offer adults at our school. The one to the left is our English language program. We have several EL teachers on our staff. We also hire, as Dawn mentioned, hourly staff members. They're all EL certified. English is a very difficult language to learn if it's not your native language. Very popular one, and on occasion we also help with citizenship prep classes as well on Saturdays. The program in the middle in green is a very popular program as well at RISE Academy. It's got the acronym of HSC, but sometimes most people know it as the other 3-letter acronym as GED. But here at RISE Academy and in the state of Nevada, we do the HiSET. That's our test. That's the high school equivalency, and it's a battery of 5 tests: reading, writing, science, social studies, and math. And as you can see on that infographic, we do provide prep classes for students to prepare to pass those. RISE Academy is a HiSET testing site, so we offer the HiSET on our campus just about every Wednesday and Saturday morning. And those.
Steve, you want to explain what HiSET is for those who may not know?
Yeah,
for the public?
sure. HiSET again is GED is the more commonly known company that came out with that decades ago. It's the exact same thing. There is another company called Task, and then HiSET, and then GED. So same high school equivalency. It's a little bit cheaper than the GED, and then students receive a certificate of their high school equivalency.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
You know, the public is just so used to GED. So.
Yeah, we get it all the time, absolutely. Yep. So again, that's a very, very popular program at our school that we prepare students on. And as Dawn mentioned earlier, some of our on our programs, we've been pretty nimble and had to change with the times to give students access either in person, if that's their preferred learning mode, or virtual as well. So that middle program of HSC, again, we have leveled classes for prep and then students can take that test with us. The last program on our infographic, the one in dark blue all the way to the right, is our adult high school diploma. And kind of a little unknown fact for students is, once they've earned credits in the past at a past high school, those credits don't go away. Adults can pick up right where they left off. Certainly if they've gone to a Washoe County School District school, it's a little bit easier with transcripts. But we do request transcripts for students who maybe went to another school or out of state, and we can analyze them so they have a good idea of how many of those credits they have. And then they can come up and formulate a plan of what's going to work best for them and their schedule. The adult high school diploma is 20.5 credits. And you can see on that infographic how many classes a student would need to earn their adult high school diploma. And again, they can pick up right where they left off. We offer job credit that helps out, and we offer those half credit classes in a more compressed model. In a quarter, which is about 8 weeks. So a student who's taking one class could get, a government credit in 8 weeks compared to 18 weeks at a comprehensive school. So it is compressed.
And on the bottom, you can see you have a question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for filling in for President Taylor. So this is really important information. So 20.5 credits. Is that the equivalent to, I've got 20.5 credits and now they can enter Truckee Meadows Community College?
So actually with an HSC, you can enter TMCC as well with a high school equivalency, that middle program.
Okay.
And then with the adult high school diploma of 20.5 credits as well.
And how long does it take? I know there's an average. You knew I was going to ask
That's
this,
a great
right?
question.
Yeah. How long would it take me to get through that?
Well, it really depends on students' schedule. It depends on their skills. It depends on how many credits they have in the bank. And then potentially which one of those programs, the HSC and or the adult high school diploma, because there's an important little box there on the bottom that does allow our students to fast track their way through. So we know students want to get in and get out. We don't take that personally. If students take the high set and, they can pass it and move on, but they can also take the high set tests, those 5 tests, and if they rock it and do really, really well, they have the opportunity to waive, as it says, up to 11 credits that they have in the past. So that can fast track their way through to earn an adult high school diploma. So many students actually do both programs.
So could I walk in, and I'm sure I couldn't pass it all, I'm just telling you. Could a person walk in and take the tests and not do anything else and, wow, cool.
Yeah, and technically that's a good question. If they do that, we can't actually count them because we have to provide, the state rule for adult education is 12 hours of service counts for an outcome, which we'll talk about in just a second. But yes, that happens all the time. We are a testing site. If you want to come in and test and pass tomorrow, you can. Yep.
Is there a charge for that?
It's the testing company's fee, yes, but we don't charge a student to do that, yeah. HiSET charges $78.75, which is a really weird amount to tell people all the time. $78.75, yeah.
Okay. All right. It's good to know, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Please.
So this next slide that's in front of you is it's kind of a whole mixture of all 3 programs that we went through in the past slide, our EL schedule classes, our HSC, high school equivalency, and some of our adult high school diploma classes. So what's in front of you is our classes that we offer in the morning. Usually they are 2 days a week, either in the morning or in the evening. So our classes, say, could be Mondays and Wednesdays from 9:30 to noon. And then we also would probably have an evening class that runs from 6 to 8:30 p.m. So most students, if they take one class, it could be Monday, Wednesday, either AM or PM, or Tuesday, Thursday, either AM or PM. And a couple of those classes you can see we offer both in the morning and also at night. Night is a very busy time on our campus. Most adults, that works for their busy schedule. So we hold some kind of different hours compared to most comprehensive schools, and Saturdays and evenings where, we're pretty much open from, 8:30 in the morning till 8:30 at night, Monday through Thursday.
Please, go ahead. This is great. Thank you so much for being here. So of those 3 categories, how do you help a student decide which they're going to follow?
You want to take that one?
So when the student comes in, they just meet with a counselor. I've been covering the front desk. I probably got 12 phone calls this morning asking that question. I want to come back to school. I want my GED. And so it starts with the phone call, obviously, or them coming in. They don't have to make an appointment. They can just meet with the counselor. And if they have previous credits, the conversation looks very different depending on their goals and objectives. Your question towards the high school diploma, a lot of colleges accept it, but not all. And so sometimes it's the discussion about what your end goal is. Most branches of the military accept it. And the HSE question is also about what career or college you're going to look to go to, because it's not treated equally everywhere. And so that's the first conversation. And we look at transcripts and what the student's goal is. And so it's very much student driven about what they believe. But I will say in adult education, it's also about supporting the students and knowing that we see a huge bright future for them that they might not see yet. And so some of it sounds great, you want to start in this program, and remember these other programs are always open to you. And if you ever want to consider them or look into them or come and visit them, please consider that, because you don't need to limit your dreams here. So it's a very, very big conversation, and there's a lot as you can see, there's a lot of information covered in the first meeting, so it's a little overwhelming. But yeah, we work through that every day. It's kind of helping build people up and know that we believe in them, and that we know that they can do whichever one they choose.
I totally understand that first meeting overwhelming. I'm there. I get it.
And the great thing, again, students can just drop in. They can see a counselor right away, which is great. And again, students may change their mind as they go through. And students are always welcome back. We do have quite a few students who may stop in and stop out, depending on their lives and how busy things are. They're always welcome back in any capacity. The next slide is just kind of our mini courses and diploma for HSC focus. Dawn mentioned earlier kind of just sometimes the low expectations that kind of adult education traditionally started out and kind of where we are now. We try to do, again, a compressed model and use some intensive study. We try to maximize classroom time in face-to-face classes or online classes. Some cases, again, attendance will be required, and those things as well. And then credits could be anywhere from a half a credit per class. So the intensive study, there's also an onus on the student to be on top of his or her work, and we try to offer as many different supports as possible. From Saturday tutoring, we certainly make sure when we hire numerous Washoe County School District teachers who kind of moonlight with us in the evening, who also have that understanding and about working with adult students. But we want to keep our expectations high for them, and also want to be able to encourage them through their journey as well. Big one is, of course, skills. We're a competency-based program, so we want to make sure when our students leave us that they're able to, complete a presentation, be able to critically think, to be able to write, to improve, and to show, competency in the written expression as well.
Please go ahead.
Is there an age cap? No. So, cool. Thank you.
Our oldest graduate was in his 80s that we know
All
of
right.
historically. Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no age cap. It's our smallest percentage up in that range, but we don't have an age cap. We have a cap on the lower end, but not on the higher end. Just statistically, in case you're interested in the money end of things or how we're funded, 14 out of the 17 counties in Washoe County fund adult education. It comes from a state grant, and it's a grant the district's had for at least 50 years. We celebrated 60 plus years a few years ago, so it's been a continuing grant for adult education. And it is specifically to fund high school equivalencies, adult high school diplomas, and vocational certifications, which we do not currently do. But we will talk about a dream that we have about doing that one day. Just to go back, the high school equivalency, I was talking about answering the phone, and we get a lot of 16 and 17-year-olds who call, and they're like, I want to get my GED. And so it's an important conversation that we have frequently. Obviously, optimally, staying in a comprehensive school is a really nice, complete idea, and we want that for every student who that works for. And for the few that it doesn't work for, there's a process per NRS that they can apply to get special exemption from compulsory education and come and complete a high school equivalency. So we have some students who do that. Most of our students are 18 or older. In the state of Nevada, you have to be 18 to do an adult high school diploma. You cannot accrue credits towards an adult high school diploma as a minor. So those are our age caps, kind of going back to that age cap question. This graphic has changed significantly over the past year and a half. Like 5 years ago, we had nearly 2,000 students, 5 or 6 years ago. And then, the HSPEs went away, high school proficiency exams, which used to be the exit exam for high school, went away. And our numbers also significantly changed because there were students who accrued all their credits but needed the support to pass the tests. So that's gone now. We do have about 25 teachers. That's 5 full-time teachers. And the rest of our teachers are made up of hourly staff members who work for us typically just in the evenings, some in the mornings if they're retired. So you have to have a active Nevada teaching license to teach in adult education just like you do in K-12. We have 700 to 800 students enrolled. We used to average a little higher, but right now to get a job in Washoe County, you don't necessarily need a high school diploma or an equivalency for all jobs. And I think, as we know, the challenge to find workers means that bar changes a little bit. We know there are at least 52,200 people in our community who do not have a high school equivalency or diploma. So there's no shortage of people to attend RISE. It's a pretty large number. In 2014, that was 40,000. So we know that number is going up. And so there's a large audience that we can support, and we're there to support them. We work with a $1.3 million budget. That's our grant, approximately. It goes up and down. It's a 3-year rolling average, which is really interesting and confusing sometimes, but they average 70% of our enrollment and 30% performance as determined by those equivalencies or diplomas. So that's how we're funded. And our outcomes you can see up there. Last year we had 602 students, which was our most challenging year for adults. Even when it was mandatory for students to go to school, which it's not at RISE, it was a hard time to go to school. And so we saw that, and we tried to support those who could do it and not pressure those who were not in a good place to do it, because it was not the right time for everyone. And so we had 50 diploma graduates and 65 high school equivalencies last year, which we took as a win because it was a hard year to get those outcomes. So that's the stats. And here are locations.
Okay, a couple of things. This is our second to last slide. That's our building right behind Vaughn Middle School, Vassar and Cordone. So we're grateful to have that be our home base, as we mentioned when we made that transition. It's centrally located, which is great. It's on a bus line, so we're excited about that. And again, we were able to get some fresh paint and new carpet and everything we could to make sure that our students came back to a dignified campus. Also to the right, maybe a little unknown factor about our school is we also have a program at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office to ensure that students/inmates who are incarcerated also have an opportunity to earn their high school equivalency while they're up at par. So we consider this location just part of our campus, and it totally goes within our mission as a second chance school to allow these students to be able to earn their HSE while they're incarcerated. So we have right now we have a teacher who's up there, and we're going to expand to a second teacher back again here real soon. And they travel to the sheriff's office and head down to the jail and then help those students. And we were able to, a big win for us last year was to do computer-based testing at Par Boulevard, which was a biggie. You can imagine about internet access and all that stuff, but we have a couple of students who are scheduled to take the high set there at Par on Friday. So we work with that organization, and again, it's just part of our campus and part of our philosophy. The last slide.
I'm sorry.
Oops, go ahead.
Even though we have math, you can't see who's talking, right? How many students do you think generally in your, we know COVID year was kind of a crazy year, but generally do you have attending from the sheriff's office from up at Par?
It could be upwards to over 100 or so, potentially. Yeah.
That's awesome. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Our last slide is now kind of what our future looks like, and we're incredibly grateful to the Washoe County School District about us being able to move to the old Hug High School campus, which is now going to be the Debbie Smith Career and Technical Education School, and we are slated to move there We're thinking around March 2024. Some big things going on and some big buildings and construction. And the big thing for us too is, again, we get to dignify our students to come to a brand new campus. We have hosted classes for our adults sometimes at middle schools throughout our campus, and there's smaller chairs and smaller desks, but to have everything that's really mostly adult-centered. The big thing for us is we're going to have on-campus childcare, which is really a game changer for us because we know that childcare is a big barrier for adults to attend our classes as well. So we're looking at about 14 classrooms. Bus line access, again, there'll be an improved outdoor spaces and parking. Potential partnership, as Dawn mentioned, for vocational certificates that are going on there during the day. And just really an updated building, which we're excited about.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and I think that's the conclusion of our presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
We've asked some along the way, but just those who may not have. Trustee Church, were you linked? Trustee Smith? Trustee Smith and then Trustee Church.
Thank you so much, Principal Constantino, Assistant Principal Adams. If I could throw confetti at you, I would. There is so much about this that I love. Full disclosure, I've been emailing with Principal Constantino. I hope to also make it out to some of those events as well, too. There is so much about this that I love. I won't go into everything because there is so much, but you did talk about one thing in the beginning of the presentation that I loved the most, and that's that you did a critical review of what adult education looked like beforehand, and you laid out what you thought the path to a dignified future for adult education was, and you reimagined yourselves. And I applaud you for doing that because it can be so much more comfortable to stay the way you are because that's the way it's been, and rather than to truly evolve and embrace the needs of your learners. And you have just exceeded every expectation, and you're fantastic. So thank you. Not a question, but a statement of support.
Well, I think that's a good statement of support. So I'm sure they'll receive that. You don't hear that enough, but make a difference. It's quite a good feel when you go out there. So you'll love it. Trustee Church.
Same thing, some comments. The graduation was so awe-inspiring. I have to admit, I didn't know about the program before, and like with the inmates in the jail, they're tax users, and then hopefully they become taxpayers. And the ones that aren't, that are taxpayers, but they get education, they become higher taxpayers. So it's such a win-win for everybody. So now just a few questions on the budget. Does any of the money come out of general fund? Who owns the building? What's the cost you said it's grant funded, but what are the costs to the school district?
So the first question, the building belongs to, it was sold while we owned it, but, or no, we don't own it, we lease it.
We lease it, I guess.
I know,
I think what he really wants is, if I may jump in,
Yeah,
Don, it's not necessarily who owns it, but do we own it, right? Am I right, Trustee Church? Yeah.
Yeah, we don't own it. We share it with 20 other nonprofit organizations, actually. So the parking lot's fun.
Who pays for the rent? The grant?
The grant does. The grant pays for it, so it does not come from district funds. It's not district funded. It's strictly grant funded.
So is there any cost to the school district?
Turn your mic on, sir.
Is there any cost to the school district?
I don't think that we're qualified to answer that exactly, but in terms of like in-kind funding, all of our salaries, all of the rent, all of the resources come directly from the grant. So in terms of any direct funding to it, it all comes from there. The building is also open to the school district, so the school district can use that building. So there's, I think when you look at in-kind support, there is some in-kind support. I don't know how to quantify that.
I think the superintendent might be able to get some of those answers for you.
Dawn, you did a great job. That was very good. You did an excellent job. So it depends also on which students we're talking about, as far as it has to be wholly adult education in order to be subsidized for the grant. And then if a high school student, then that's kind of when we would look for the general fund. So it really depends on the student that we're educating over at Rise.
And that's, if I just may jump in, one big thing about moving to Debbie Smith is then not having to pay a pretty large rent every month that can go towards other things to support our students.
Fantastic. Great program. Just so inspirational, that graduation.
Yep. If you haven't had a chance to, I was out of town this year, but if you haven't had a chance, it'll make you cry. in a good way. Reminds you of why this work is so important. Vice President
Thank
Manetto?
you, Madam President. Yes, I just concur with Trustee Church that every time the graduations happen, because you see those mommies and daddies so proud to graduate with those little children carrying them and things, it's just precious. Thank you.
All righty, thank you very much. Any other comments, Superintendent?
Well, I'll just say, adult education is a passion, and you have to know what your passion is. And Principal Constantino and Vice Principal, Assistant Principal Adams, they're passionate about this, and it definitely shows in what they do every single day. And I know Steve and I run into each other at the grocery store every now and again, and he is awe-inspiring. And Dawn, she is like multi-talented. So she is an accomplished guitarist. Ooh. She is in a band. She has performed for us before, not today. And she's also bilingual,
Awesome.
which really helps Rise. So thank you. You all are amazing.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. That's some of the good work. Thank you, yes. All right, now we're going to go to agenda item 3.03, discussion and possible action on facility resources and enrollment demands in the Southeast Reno area and review of potential options to relieve future overcrowding, including proceeding with construction of a new elementary school in the Rio Wrangler area. And this is for possible action, and we'll just go right to Mr. Searcy, back in front of you. I'm going to go grab some coffee real quick, and I'll be right back. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Adam Searcy, Chief Facilities Management Officer for the record. So convenient that we're discussing this today. You're going to see a number of reoccurring themes and sort of cadence from this morning's discussion. Here's sort of an agenda for the slide deck that I'm going to walk everyone through. We're going to talk about some of the history and status, how we got here and where we are today. We're going to talk about where we think we're going from a facility needs standpoint in the future, and some options that have been and need to continue to be considered. This, just for orientation purposes, this is an aerial image of sort of the vicinity. We're going to refer to the Southeast Reno elementary schools, generally Double Diamond, Polakitas, and Brown Elementary. So if you're not that familiar with those neighborhoods, you can see the Damani Ranch High School and other major features. And those lines and colors represent the existing enrollment boundaries for some of those schools. So just kind of a point of clarification there. So this is a little bit of our history, how we got to where we are today, going back some 20 years, or 10 years rather. You can see the trajectory of enrollment growth in this region. These are numbers associated with the combined enrollments of Brown, Double Diamond, and Polakitas elementary schools, as I mentioned. You can see that growth. During that time, we saw 5 portables at each of the, at the time, existing schools of Brown and Double Diamond. So overcrowding growing, implementation of those portable classrooms as a potential temporary solution. We utilized multi-track year-round enrollment schedule, or schedules on the school years for one or both of those schools. And then finally, moving to a new school construction opening in 1920, school year 1920, with the opening of Polakitas. So you can also see on that chart a couple of sort of inflection points. We saw the opening of the Doral Academy Charter School, obviously impacts from the COVID pandemic. We also saw an inflection there with Polakitas opening in school year 1920, and now
2020?
Pardon me, 1920 school year. Polakitas opened in 2019, August 2019. Then the pandemic and the continued trajectory of growth for these schools. So during that time also, in addition to implementing the portables and the multi-track year-round, we've also went through a rezoning process associated with the opening of Polakitas. This is a snapshot from the actual Zoning Advisory Committee presentation back in 2018, looking at the existing enrollments and capacities of Brown and Double Diamond. contemplating the future enrollments at that time across these 3 new schools. So just again, touching on these tools in our toolbox to try to mitigate the facility needs of the elementary schools in this area. So then moving on to 1920, moving on to our new school construction. I keep saying 1920 and I think of like the New York Yankees, sorry. 2019, Polokitis opened to much fanfare and popularity. It opened surprisingly with 30% more student enrollment than was projected. This is crystal ball stuff sometimes, and for better or worse, many students chose to enroll in that school. This shows the history of Polokitis enrollment only for the 3 school years that it has been open now, but it also includes the students who are enrolled in Polokitis in the bottom bar, the lighter green, and the total number of students who are zoned for Polokitis, kind of including that upper bar. So, considering the exact enrollment of this school year versus the potential enrollment of the students who are zoned for that school is, I think, a noteworthy data point for consideration as well. So during that same period of time, since 2019, we also wanted to take a peek at the district-wide enrollment trends because they do have some relationship to one another. While there is localized growth in the South Meadows, we have seen a different trajectory district-wide. So you guys are familiar with these numbers. The enrollment update here on the 2021-2022 school year up to 62,353 students, up plus 680 student enrollment from last school year, but still lower than school year 1920 enrollments. However, also noteworthy, the state-sponsored charter schools in particular have seen significant growth in that same period of time outside of the school district. So all important data points leading up to our recommendations here today. And now looking forward a little bit, the combined enrollments today of these 3 schools exceed the maximum capacity. I think that's an important point to understand, and that's illustrated in these bar graphs, the combined enrollment in blue, the combined capacity in that yellow dashed line. There are currently 4 and 5 portables at Polokitis and Brown Elementary School respectively. There are none at Double Diamond today. And the rate of growth from an enrollment standpoint is also depicted on this slide for the next 5 school years, anticipated at 2 to 4% per year. These are just some compelling aerial images. If you're familiar with that area, or really the Truckee Meadows in general, this is 2013 and the exact same neighborhoods from 2020. Over 5,100 residential units have been constructed over that period of time, leading to the growth that we've been discussing so far. That is generally anticipated to continue. Not all of the homes in this aerial image are constructed at this time. There are still more to come. And most noteworthy, we wanted to at least make mention of the Daybreak, or now known as Talus Valley, master planned community. This has essentially been approved for construction, a total of approximately 300 residential units. I don't want to mislead that this is coming tomorrow, per se. Obviously, this will take more than a decade to construct all of this. But it is imminent, and I understand that they anticipate breaking ground on their first phases of homes likely before the end of this school year. So again, to be fair, those homes don't get built in a year, from breaking ground to generating students. And even at that pace, it will take multiple years to generate a significant number of students. But anecdotally, I've found from many zoning advisory committee meetings that when neighborhoods see acres and acres and acres of bulldozers and residential development, there is a perception that it generates hundreds and hundreds of students, and it's just something that I wanted the board to be aware of. This is their master plan. The area on the right, as I'm looking at this image in light blue and purple, is that first phase that's expected to break ground on underground utilities and roadways and things like that before the end of this school year. So that sort of sets the stage for what we're here to talk about. And we broke this into 3 separate options for your consideration. The first one really is wait and see. Our crystal balls are struggling these days, and you just really don't know what the future is going to bring. But these are the existing enrollments and capacities across the 3 existing schools. As I mentioned before, we've got 4 portables at Polaquitas today, 5 at Brown. Again, they're not factored into those capacity calculations. They do exist. And then, as I mentioned, the combined capacities of those 3 schools, the combined enrollments of those 3 schools exceed the combined capacities. I wanted to mention on this slide that at this moment, the construction, a new elementary school could not be opened prior to the 24-25 school year at this point. So we'll talk about this more on the coming slides, but this is option 1, would just be to pause and see what the enrollments next school year look like. Option 2 for consideration would be to initiate construction. Yeah, I knew that was wrong. 23-24 school year. 23-24 school year. So the reason that it says 24-25 would be that if we wait, right, 2024 would be the soonest that a new elementary school could be opened in this region. However, so that's option 1. Option 2, if we initiated construction immediately, the soonest we could open that school would be 2023 for the 23-24 school year. Okay, that option would relieve overcrowding for the remainder of the decade. As we described, there's significant growth anticipated in this area. Ultimately, we have plans for new schools in the Daybreak community, and we have long-term plans for that. But this school will take care of our needs for the foreseeable future. I did there's another slide in here about potential attraction of zoned students to WCSD enrollment. Again, it's difficult to quantify human behavior and whatnot, but that relief of overcrowding may change the decision of some families to enroll in our public schools rather than attending elsewhere. So those are sort of the pros to the option 2, but very important to note that as we discussed earlier this morning, the opening of an additional new school will impact the school district general fund by approximately $500,000 to $700,000 per year in additional expenses starting in that fiscal year 24, that 23-24 school year. So that's always something to weigh when we're considering adding infrastructure to our overall facilities budget. A little bit more on option 2, as I mentioned, the project could be constructed and open for the 23-24 school year. This is a little zoomed in facilities image or vicinity map. If you're familiar with the area, you've got Veterans Parkway down there. You've got Rio Wrangler is sort of that southern east-west main roadway. There's a residential neighborhood off of those 2 incoming streets off of Rio Wrangler. So those are going to be houses sort of buffering the school itself away from Rio Wrangler Parkway. We own this parcel. The school district owns this parcel outright and have master planned it into the community for quite a few years. And then it backs onto the trail network around those wetlands. Again, if you're familiar with the area, there's some really great accessibility on trails, off-road, and then, of course, sidewalk. So it's pad ready, if you will. Part of the acquisition was to construct the pad. The developer constructed the pad for us. So it's essentially ready to go into construction should the board provide that direction. And just some representative enrollments in this graphic. This, of course, is subject to a number of subsequent approvals. Just to clarify the process, should we go forward with this, we would have to take the recommendation to the Capital Funding Protection Committee requesting budget authorization. That then has to come back to the Board of Trustees for approval before we could even go out to bid. And then, of course, with any of our new schools, it requires a rezoning process, which would go through the Zoning Advisory Committee and back to the school board. That can take place while construction is occurring. And, of course, the naming advisory committee also would be triggered in this scenario. But some hypothetical zoning boundaries, just to give you a sense of the way that this enrollment would likely be distributed across 4 schools rather than 3, starting potentially in the 23-24 school year. And then one last slide on the option 2. I kind of mentioned that overcrowding relief may attract additional students to WCSD. This is trying to take away the anecdotal and put some actual data points in here. We have seen greater than projected enrollments at the majority of our new schools. The majority of years, it has been perceived as a bit of a trend. Difficult, a little early to call it that, but you can see the numbers here and draw your own conclusions. These are wonderful schools, and certainly appropriately populated is attractive. Okay, so that's really the quick summary on option 2. And then option 3 we've presented is an option of basically immediate rezoning. So this, of course, could rebalance the enrollment to a degree, reducing that overcrowding and deferring the need for an additional school by several years. This could be fast-tracked and go into effect as soon as next school year. We've drawn up a variety of scenarios that would likely involve students that are zoned for Polokitis being rezoned into likely Double Diamond Elementary School. And the obvious drawback to that is the disruption to families and school communities. I don't want to belabor that, but you guys can all appreciate that rezoning is a process not to be taken lightly, but it is a tool in our toolbox that needed to be discussed. This is a representative enrollment schedule, considering potential neighborhoods going from Polokitis to Double Diamond. You can see the combined total enrollments still exceed the combined total capacities, so there's overcrowding no matter where you look, but it does better balance those enrollments and potentially defer the need for an additional elementary school for several years to be considered later. So just in conclusion, as we discussed this morning, we analyzed the existing conditions. We looked at implementing a variety of different solutions and carefully looked at the projected impacts. So given the information and option, looking at the existing conditions and the probable future conditions, we're here today with a recommendation actually to proceed with option 2, given all of the factors and information that you've received, but ultimately it's open for discussion and up for board direction. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Searcy. Well, why don't we get some public comment first, and then we'll go on and jump in. I know we had some emailed in to get those names and answers. You know the routine, JJ.
Pablo Nava Duran. The board received emails from Kim Price and Chris Kettering related to this item.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Duran. Hang on, let's get your mic on, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Go ahead. Welcome.
So I went to Double Diamond and Donaldson Elementary School, which two areas are grow fast, soon to be grow, Tello Valleys area. And so went to move to out of Southeast Reno into newer area, which is the most unconfused neighborhood, but let's move on. So I do support option 2 to interior construction. We know the Southeast Reno and South Mill area are getting overcrowding. We support kids while more increase despite of an increase of charter school enrollment and flashback. So I do support option 2, and we do know it's a little bit difficult on the zoning community policy because in 5th grader in fifth grader, like if you rezone to another middle school, if you're a fifth grader, you could have an option to get a variance. But so, for example, when a kindergarten who started at Brown Elementary School who will be rezoned to Pocahontas Elementary School by first grade. And by the fifth grade, when the new school of Real Wrangler began, the child will be rezoned to Real Wrangler. And after it will be his third elementary school in his elementary school career. So we try to not that happen. We want to let them know that make sure all fifth graders at Pocahontas, Brown, or Double Butt Diamond who are zoned for Real Wrangler you should be granted to have a grandfather variance. And we have not know like what the moment look like in Popoli because the map is smaller because South Wind is growing and Till Valley is growing. So I want to know that what the Casper look like in Dartmouth, Dawson, Hidden Valley because there's on a growth on Talus Valley because I know you have did a great job, but very difficult for neighborhood to rezone our Dawson from a newer area to Smith Ridge or Corbett Elementary School because of a growth. Because of a growth of the school. So I want to say thank you for having seriously. It's very difficult. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
John Eppolito.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
Thank you very much. My name is John Eppolito. I had a question on that one slide that Adam put up at Poliquitas, and it showed the number of eligible kids for Nick Poliquitas and the number that were actually going. And I'm just to Poliquitas. I'm just wondering why you suspect so many kids that are eligible aren't going to Poliquitas. I'm curious. I know Poliquitas. We've had some parents who do not want their kids in front of the screen for 2 to 4 hours a day while they're at school. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. And I know most of the people who've been teachers realize that 1-to-1, 3-4 hours a day in front of a screen while at school is not the best way to learn. So hopefully, if you build some of these other schools, you're giving parents an option of traditional education where kids can learn to read, write, do arithmetic, work with others, and stay off of the screens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you very much, JJ. Okay, so let's bring it here to the table. As we know, this is an action item. There are 3 options that Mr. Searcy, on behalf of the staff, has placed before us, and we see the superintendent's recommendation right there on the screen. I see a couple of mics. I don't know. This is your area.
No.
Yeah, but it's your area, Trustee Church. We can go to you first.
Thank you very much.
And then we'll go to Trustee Smith.
No doubt we need new schools, and Poliquitas is such a wonderful school. That's just a beautiful facility. But there's still a lot of issues that we need to talk about. Number one, and you brought it up, was the Double Diamond shows only like 76, 77% capacity. And one thing you brought up in the earlier meeting, we can help alleviate the problem with modulars, but statistically for the public to know, that doesn't change the overcrowding stat. In other words, we could put in 100 modulars, but on paper it still shows overcrowded based on number of bathrooms, the number of, everything else. We have a number of schools, not counting like Incline or Gerlach, but 60% capacity, 71% capacity, et cetera, et cetera. So we're kind of, as demographics change, we've got some schools, and we can't rezone people, 20 miles away, but we've got some schools that are 60% and some schools that are over 100%. So it presents a lot of dilemmas to us as a board to make these decisions. As I go through my notes, how did we acquire that land?
So the land in question specifically proposed for this new elementary school was long master planned into the DeMonte Ranch Master Plan or Planned Unit Development Handbook. And we actually purchased the land from Nevada Tri Partners, the land developer that's building the majority of the subdivisions down there. We purchased the land, and in that purchase was also the mass grading, so the leveling of the pad and the structural foundation beneath the school. So,
What did we pay for it?
it was approximately $2 million.
Now, I'd have to admit, if we sold that today, ka-ching, I think we could do better, although I don't know, what's it zoned for?
I believe it's zoned as a public facility.
Okay.
And it's further encumbered by that planned unit development handbook that creates a number of complicated restrictions on what you can and can't do with
All right,
property in that area.
So I'm almost feel like I'm painted into a corner. I mean, I'm totally in favor. I see Mr. Etchart coming up, if he wants to comment on that. Pete, Mr. Etchart, I'm sorry, did you want to comment?
I don't know, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. I don't remember all the details of this, but I do remember that we received a portion of that property as an exchange with the De Loretto Company. And it went through a bunch of iterations, and then we paid additional, I believe was probably $2 million to get additional property there. So I don't know, I mean, there's a lot to that, and I don't have
Okay.
all the details of that.
All right. I'm just kind of wondering if we're backed into a corner now. We got the property, and now if we say no to that particular property or delay or whatever we do. Okay, so moving.
If I could,
Go ahead.
we're going to need the school at some point. The question is when. So we do own the property. It is, largely zoned almost exclusively as a school. The question really is when.
And that really is an interesting thing. We probably do. I tend to agree with you. But the future of brick and mortar schools versus distance learning is, who knows? We never, like I said earlier today, 2016 never predicted where we would be today with the issue. So, boy, the future is changing so fast, it's hard to say. On that one chart that the public speaker mentioned, do we know how many kids are in the district that have opted for private schools or homeschooling?
I don't have those statistics in front of me. We track them by a school-by-school basis. I don't know homeschooling exactly, but I would add that the number of students that are zoned for Polakitas versus the number of students that are enrolled in Polakitas is actually closely on par with the average that we see across all of our elementary schools. For
Sure.
any number of reasons, parents apply for variances to other schools that are more convenient to where they work and things of that nature. But, should they all gravitate towards that school and that variance percentage be lower than the district average, that enrollment at Polakitas would be that much higher.
And I do generally, I love that location. The walking along the wetlands to get to school, it looks easily accessible by vehicle. So on the surface, well, I joked about selling it in ka-ching. It looks like a really, really good facility there. So, but there's just so many questions that are unanswered. So let me go through some of the other ones. One of the things I've talked about before, especially with the schools where the demographics have changed, is how we pay for them. And one of the ideas that has been discussed previously is selling some of the old schools, actually closing them because they're not as productive in rezoning. Has there been any discussion of that? A trade, a build, we sell you that one, you build this one, anything of that nature?
I mean, that's not really a scenario that's available to us in this region. For example, we talked about the combined enrollments being in excess of the current school's capacities. Certainly in a different conversation, district-wide, there are scenarios where that might be applicable, but right here, we've kind of got our standard capital projects tools at our disposal, portables, rezoning, and capital construction.
And to be clear, it doesn't have to be in my district. It could be a school like, I was visiting somebody in one of the Sparks neighborhoods, and I remember kids in the street playing baseball and, just the whole family atmosphere. And now they're not there because it's become an older demographic of like retirees. So it doesn't have to be in this district. It could be we close the school and we build, and the builder builds us a new one, or I'm just is that not possible? Is there any law? I mean, and again, Mr. Etchart maybe has more expertise, but I don't know. I'm just trying to think outside the box and save district money.
Well, listen, the possibility of closing schools, building new schools, demolishing and reconstructing schools are all possibilities. They're very disruptive and very expensive and not to be taken lightly. As we discussed this morning, we'll be exploring those options in neighborhoods where enrollments and connectivity across communities makes sense and presents opportunities. In this particular part of the district and on this agenda item, that's really not an option. It's just not an option.
Okay. And I might have missed it, but what's the cost?
So the construction phase costs for this new school were programmed into this fiscal year's CIP at $40 million. Given the current market escalation, all of the costs, the construction phase costs, so remember, this is to build it, to furnish it, to manage the construction of it. I believe we're anticipating in the $42 million range. That's a budget. Of course, all of these costs are publicly advertised and competitively awarded to the lowest bidder. And yeah, that's the estimate. Again, subject to review and approval by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. We haven't even gotten to that step yet.
So consistent with the other elementary schools.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
It's about the same par.
That's a great point, actually. Good point of clarification. This would be the same model of school that we've built now 3 times. So while we've refined it and become more efficient with our contract documents, our construction techniques, then it's really what the market will bear, and as I said, publicly advertised and competitively awarded.
And so what I'm hearing is, and I don't have the figures in front of me, and usually I'm pretty good at that, but this is going to cost about the same as, say, Polokitis or one of the others. This is not off the chart. I was expecting to hear, due to everything going on with construction, I was expecting to hear off the chart, and it's not, correct?
Correct. We've consulted with a number of construction industry professionals, third-party advisors on the cost estimates, as well as our trusted building partners here in town. Should this proceed with the superintendent's recommendation, we've prepared a budgetary recommendation to the Capital Funding Protection Committee, as I described in that $42 million range. I don't recall the number precisely. And then should they approve that recommendation, it would come back to this board for actual approval, at which time I'll present the full details behind that estimate. But in a nutshell, we're talking about a more appropriate comparison is actually the John Bohatch, because that was more recent. Michael Inskeep's a little bit not, the costs haven't been fully realized. Mm-hmm. So approximately 15% market escalation and price uncertainty in the budget. And again, we fully anticipate beating that budget when we go to market and execute it.
So we're going to vote on something today. Then the next step is the Capital Funding Committee. Then the next step is back to us.
God bless you.
Right. Should the board approve the superintendent's recommendation, then we would need to seek approval for the construction funding authorization from capital funding, and all of their recommendations ultimately have to be approved by the Board of Trustees.
And at what point would that be bonded?
I believe these funds actually are anticipated. They exist currently. Either he would use the pay-go, or we would use the actual cash proceeds that we have in hand, or previously received resources in the form of past bond sales. So the cash is available.
Okay. And then I'm encouraged by everything I hear and everything, because I was a little skeptical. And it's tough being my district. If I vote no, the cards or letters, I can see the front page news again. So I can see it now, but I still have to vote my conscience and be responsible to the taxpayer. So I'm encouraged by what I'm hearing, which There's one aspect I've discussed in the past, and I'm going to bring it up, shamelessly begging, if it's even possible, that somewhere there would be a discussion about whether any of this land, and maybe this one's too small, could ever include teacher housing as an incentive. And is that possible? Just is it even possible that that could be included?
I think we have a little agenda bleed on that one.
Pardon?
I think that's an agenda bleed a little bit on,
Okay.
on teacher housing and that.
Well, on
not that it shouldn't be discussed. Oh, but you're saying can it be put on this land?
Well, we're going to build it on this land.
Yeah, the school's going to go on this land.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So could that school include teacher housing? Is that within the agenda? Just could it, possibly?
Is that on the, I mean, it's, I think it's the decision on the land. I think,
I would just.
I don't think it's the bad thing though.
I
Unless
could
he tells-
interject.
Unless he tells me I'm bleeding, but I don't think it's a bad.
Because of the zoning of this property and because of the handbook of the Demonte Ranch Master Plan PUD, we would not be allowed by the city to construct residential housing on this property.
Okay, even though it's housing for the teachers, without a waiver or zoning.
Elsewhere in the district where zoning may differ, it could be a conversation for a future day, but this
Okay.
parcel of property, it's not legal
Okay,
for
good.
the city of Reno.
And what great answers, because you've got the answers. I want to commend you for having those answers since I didn't give them to you in advance as questions. That's wonderful. Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have for now, and I'm sure some of the other trustees do. So,
But if you come up, we can come back
Yeah,
too. It's not like we're.
wonderful answer.
Okay, thank you. I think Trustee Smith, you had some questions as well?
I did. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Church.
I'm just going to be straight and to the point. I feel very strongly about option 2. This is an area and a topic that I've been involved with for years now at this point. I'd like to offer to my colleagues what rezoning might look like. We're taking a community, even if it's not the same child, often siblings can be a year or two apart or sometimes further. We'd be talking about taking communities from Double Diamond, zoning them to Nick Polikitis, possibly zoning them back to Double Diamond, and then eventually, as Mr. Searcy pointed out, to the new school at Rio Wrangler. That to me is just, it's not a viable option. So we'll just put that there, at least in my opinion. The wait and see is an action. I do not agree with that personally. We know that action is on our horizon. We have good choices today. I am certainly prepared at some point after our colleagues discuss it, but I do not see a reason for wait and see. So I would like to pose to my colleagues that I do appreciate all of this information. It's all very, very well put, important to clarify. But for me, the clear option is to initiate construction.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. I see Trustee Rodriguez and then the Vice President Minetto.
I would agree, and Mr. Searcy, this is a great presentation and very informative, and you're quick on the answers. That's awesome. So you're obviously very educated in what's going on here. And option 2, I would agree. If the last couple of years with COVID has shown us anything, Nevada is still the 5th fastest growing state in this county. I mean, we've all been in this community for a long time and seen this area grow. And I do agree that waiting and seeing it, standing idly by is not, the most valuable option. So I would agree with option 2 as well. And thank you for this presentation and being the go-to guy.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Vice President Minetto, and then I think Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. And I know I've asked this before, but maybe for the new trustees, what percentage, you think 100% is perfect, but it's not in this case. So what percentage is a perfect school size? 75, 78? I mean, maybe
So
not.
capacity, like,
Yeah.
what's the ideal sweet spot, so to
Ideal.
speak?
That's a fancy word.
That's a great question. I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces and parts in a school throughout the school day, and not every classroom can be expected to operate every hour of the day. So without getting into a whole bunch of examples or specifics, generally speaking, between 85% and 90%, even up to 95% at elementary schools is considered optimal. You get too far below 70% and it might be considered underutilized. And then of course above 90+%, 95+%, you're going to see some negative impacts of overcrowding. Students don't come in nice, neat packages. Neighborhoods are often broken up by geographic boundaries and things like that, but between 85 and 95% for elementary schools, it's closer to 75 to 85% for high schools and middle schools because they're just a more dynamic school day and environment, moving and having different special period classes.
Thank you. I have taught in schools that were about 85%, and that was just about perfect. And then you get to 100, and it's absolutely overwhelming as a teacher and things. So anyway, thank you for letting us know that.
Thank you, Vice President Minetto. Dr. Nicolette, and then Trustee Church.
Thank you for all the great questions, Trustee Church. In particular, I'm thinking back over the months and emails that I have received from constituents, friends, and from friends. And I personally have never received an email that said, please don't build a school in this area. Every email I've ever received is pretty much begging, please, we need some relief, let's build this school. And so, that's not a lot of people per se, but it's an important voice that has come over the months. And I think it's important to think about.
Thank you, Clerk. Thank you, Clerk Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Yeah, that was a great point Trustee Minetto made, that I received these emails from parents telling me how crowded a particular school is. And I see it, and it looks like they're right. And then I look in the book, and it says, oh, we're only at 89% capacity. So it's in the eye of the beholder. So that's a great point, that I can't imagine what 100% would be. So that is a very, very good point. And I came into this skeptical because of the costs, because people write letters, go, oh, yeah, we want a new school. Of course we do. What's the cost? When do we say no? As I've asked Mr. Mathers before, when do we say no? When do we wait? Not because I want to wait and see, like this says, but because maybe the cost will go down, the dynamics of the building trade, everything that's going on. Do we need more study about this? But so I came in kind of leaning that way, wait and see, based on those studies. But the great thing about what we're doing in this democracy is listening to my colleagues and the exchange of information. So I'm pretty happy. I'm not committing 100% until we hear the motion, but I'm pretty happy to initiating this with the understanding it goes to the capital funding, it does come back for us, and then we'll get an idea of what that bid is. But I'll tell you right now, if the bid is off the chart, it'll be DOA with me, even if I upset people in my district.
Thank you, Trustee Church. The only comments I have is, and I appreciate the comments of all of my colleagues, and even the probing, if you will, questions from Trustee Church, because that's just part of what you do. Let's dig in. Let's look at things. I think that's appropriate, because this is still a lot of money. I will, as many of you know, I've recently moved, and there was some issues nonetheless. So I had to spend like a week in a hotel, and I was out in the South Meadows. It's needed. The growth out there is unbelievable, just unbelievable out there, and for us to really have the opportunity, right, from a financial standpoint, and because we have the land there to do something about that, and looking at these capacity numbers. Excellent point from the former teacher, that it's really, 75% or so, 80 at the that we want. Because you think about it, you have a music classroom, that's not going to be used all the time. You have the library, that's not used fully. So you have those kinds of things, and man, all of those are enrichment opportunities for students that are really important. I think we have this opportunity. We certainly know from a growth standpoint, from the projection standpoint, that the need is there. We land here, all of our schools out there, and that's all of our numbers have been low. As you said, the capacity in terms of as we've opened new schools, they've all opened up higher than we thought, like Polaquitas, for an example, opened up too crowded, right? Anywhere from 70 to looks like 80, almost 85%. That's almost the sweet spot, kind of where we are, and that's if the numbers are right. Right, if the numbers are right. So I would certainly throw my support around here. And one of the great things about it, of course, it goes to the Capital Funding Protection Committee. It comes back here, and then we get a chance to really look at the numbers. One of the things I will say, and I'm glad you brought it up, I think it was Trustee Church who asked the question, is going into this when we first started building schools several years ago as a result of WC1 was the whole idea was getting a design that can be duplicated so that we can maximize the efficiencies from and not having to redraw and redesign and start over and all those. So we learned from. So by now, 3 or 4 elementary schools in, like we're pretty darn good at it, you know, and have ways that we can save money and maximize some efficiencies. Because I think that's important as well. And the more we do it, the better it gets, and then we save a little money along the way. So I just commend you and the team. I commend my colleagues for great questions and input. But I would certainly urge support for this. Superintendent?
Well, that's a great segue to what I was going to say, Dr. Taylor. And because the design is not going to be changing, we're able to save on the time on the hiring of the administrator. If you recall, when we went out for Polakitas, we hire our administrators a year in advance. Because the design has not been changing, talking internally, it looks like we're going to be able to hire this particular administrator moving forward if it's approved through the Capital Funding Protection Committee, comes back to the board, and that's approved, and we move forward. That administrator would most likely not be hired until 6 months out, and we're looking at being able to keep the administrator at their current site and providing additional support for them, such as we're doing right now over at Hug High School.
I think that's something we actually just talked about. That is what we call it, right, in the work session, and some of those extra administrative dollars, although necessary, because we need principals to be involved in the building of their schools, but that certainly saves some of those resources as well. So very good. I see Trustee Church, you have your...
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves proceeding with option 2 to initiate construction of the new elementary school in the Rio Wrangler area and to present a construction phase funding recommendation to the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I see Trustee Smith as a second. Moved by Trustee Church, seconded by Trustee Smith. Any further discussion? I think we already got public comment on this. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous, and building schools is one of the exciting things that we get to do for those families that are out there. So, Mr. Searcy, and I see the team preparing to leave. Thank you very much. Okay, we should have a quick break. We have 2 more because we've been at it for a couple of hours, and so we need to just have a quick little break here. Let's go 15 minutes and come on back. Cause I'm sure we'll only have 1 break today because we only have 2 items left. So, all right, 15-minute recess, and then we'll come on back. Thanks, everybody. All righty, let's go ahead and we will bring this meeting back to order. Thank you for the recess, and jump on down to our agenda item. I will just want to do a quick reminder for everyone who's here watching, if you wouldn't mind, please. We're still under Directive 048, so we need you to please, if you would, wear your face mask, if you would, covering your nose and your mouth. Thank you very much. I know it's uncomfortable, and I really do acknowledge that, but I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Means a lot. Okay, we're going to turn this over. Let me introduce the agenda item 3.04. Discussion and possible action to adopt a process for appointment of legally qualified persons to fill the upcoming vacancy on the Board of Trustees in District F, created by the resignation of Trustee Jacqueline Calvert, effective September 14th, 2021, including timelines, interview process, interview questions, application deadline, date for selection of finalists, and date for appointment to fill the vacancy in District F. This is, of course, for possible action. We said we're going to hold this until after 4. It is after 4, almost right on time. That's great. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rombardo, Chief General Counsel, and then just as a reminder for maybe those in the public that may or may not be aware or following or what have you, we just completed this process for 2 trustees, and I believe that the recommendation going forward will be that we follow a similar process to fill this position as well. But of course, we're the board, and we can decide what we want to do with that, and that's what this is all about. So, Counsel, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, trustees. We are proposing the same process that was used to appoint Trustee Smith and Trustee Rodriguez pursuant to NRS 386.270. I provided you a proposed calendar, an invitation to apply, and a notice of meeting. I also did provide the proposed interview questions. You don't have to use those. That was just used in the past. And there's 2 sets of those, as well as the map for District F, which is an at-large seat. The only requirements that you have to have is that the appointee shall serve until the next general election, as you know, but the only requirements for this process is that there's a notice of the meeting is published at least once each week for 2 weeks prior to the appointment. And when you make the appointment, it must be a member of the qualified electorate, which means they must live within the district and be of over 18. As you know, here in this circumstance, contrary to misstatements in the public, credible information came forward. You, as the president, spoke to Ms. Calvert. Within 2 business days, she resigned her position. Those are the actual facts that surround this vacancy. And so at this point in time, I'm looking for 3 motions, 1 regarding the calendar, 1 regarding the notice, and 1 regarding the invitation to apply. Perhaps, JJ, can you put the calendar up? So the proposed calendar is on the board. We actually have a September, but you don't need to put it up there, which is today, that you adopt the process. Then in October of 2021, on the 6th, put the invitation to apply in the RGJ, put the notice of the appointment on the 11th, put the invitation to apply on the 13th, make the deadline for applications the 15th, have the second notice on the 18th. The notices on the 11th and the 18th are the legal notices. And then on the 26th, we would reduce the application pool, and then on the 2nd, do the actual vote of the select a candidate, I guess would be the best way to put that. That would be a special meeting. We could move it to the 9th. Last time we did do it as a special meeting. Really, this is all your decision. I just based this off of the last processes that were done and tried to copy those to the best of my ability and then carrying it out. The one thing I was concerned about was November. I don't know if we're doing 2 meetings because of the holiday. We are, okay. And that's so, anyway, I was trying to take all that into account when I was looking at this. But if you want to move things around, the only requirements we have to do is make sure that the notice of appointment is in the paper twice before the actual meeting where we reduce the applicant pool. So, and if there are any questions, I guess I should explain. We also keep the invitation to apply separate from the notice of appointment because the invitation to apply has specific questions in it that the trustees have always sought that a person who's applying answers. Mm-hmm. And so we keep those as 2 separate. Arguably, we could do it as 1. I personally like it better as 2, so I recommend you continue that. I just recommend we follow what we've done in the past, really.
Well, thank you, Counsel. And I will just add on this that I've asked, and all of you know this, colleagues, and this is for members of the public, I asked a member of the board services team to try to collect the availability of trustees going forward so that we can narrow down and kind of focus in on when we may have opportunities to meet. And as you might imagine, it's not an easy feat. It's not an easy feat for us to find times that are available for everyone. And comparing what Colleen shared, and thank you for everyone for sharing your availability, and comparing what Colleen shared, it looks like if Tuesday the 26th, that's a regular meeting of the board on that day, but I think that Trustee Minetto, I think you may have had a conflict that day. No, you look good. Okay. Oh, the meeting. Okay, so yeah, well, the meeting won't be a conflict, so. So that could certainly be the first day, right? Because we already have that. All of us have that conflict, right? We already have that Tuesday set aside, and then from a timing standpoint, That's part of the challenge. We can have the discussion for those that remember from before. The challenge is we don't know in advance how many people will apply. And so setting it up to begin in the morning gives us that. So if we have like 22 people, 27 I think we had for one of our positions last time, where it could take us later into the day. We certainly and we have a board meeting that day. So I would suggest that we would want to start at 8 o'clock on that day. At least would be my recommendation. And then if we don't use all that time, we don't use all that time. And I don't know about you, but the best time in the calendar is bonus time. Right? Time when you thought you had a meeting and then you don't. So that might be the one place to start. Before I move on, I see lights, so I'll go with Trustee Rodriguez and then Trustee Smith.
I know when I was talking to the communications department, I had blocked out the week of the 18th, but I am now available. So, like you were saying, if we, for whatever reason, have 27 candidates, maybe if we can meet on the 19th, if other trustees are available, at least I'll weed it down to the 26th. So kind of going through the process that Trustee Smith and I went through, maybe have fewer candidates that morning on the 26th, if people are available, or the trustees are available on the 19th.
Well, the thing is, we have to have that notice in the newspaper twice, and according to the calendar, the second, it has to be in the paper once a week for 2 weeks. And it looks like Counsel has that on the 18th.
No, this looks like 6th and 13th, or...
The notice is scheduled for the 11th and the 18th. I could try to get it in on the 4th. I don't know how difficult it is, because the Board Services helps with this. I don't know how difficult it is to get in the paper. The last time I've done legal notices in my past life, it normally takes several days to get them in. So I can't guarantee I can get it in on the 4th. It would be my only concern.
What's the usual term? JJ, can you help with that? I don't know why you would recall, but...
It's normally several days.
I believe it's 3 to 4 working days.
Mm-hmm. So if we ask tomorrow, and we might be able to get it on the 4th.
Okay, we may be, since that week of the 18th, let's see what else. Everyone has, it looks like let's see, the week of the 18th, we have a board meeting? No, that's different. That's policy on the 19th. Yep, that's the policy meeting on the 19th, so that's a day we should all pretty much have that scheduled anyway. So maybe that might, if we think we can get it in on the 14th.
The 4th and then the 11th.
I mean on the 4th, I'm sorry, that would be put it in. The 4th is 1 week, the 11th is the second week, and then that week of the, so then maybe the deadline's on the 15th. We just kind of move everything up a little bit, right?
So if I'm understanding correctly, we'll put the first notice of appointment on the 4th, the second notice of appointment on the 11th. We'll still keep the application deadline on the 15th.
Mm-hmm.
We'll then do the initial interview, if you will, or application pool reduction on the 19th, and the appointment on the 26th?
That's kind of what we're walking through. Trustee Church,
Okay.
the lights on?
We wouldn't be able to post
Why?
Hang on.
if the deadline's the 15th.
Oh, for permission to,
I'd have to back it up to the 8th. Yeah, you're
Because
right.
we would have to
That would
post
be backed
on
up
the
too.
that's right.
14th.
Yep.
It can't be the 8th because the notice has to appear 2 weeks first, right? So we can't have the deadline before the second notice.
No, the deadline can be before the notice, because the deadline is just to apply. The notice goes to the meeting so that the public understands the trustees being appointed.
Oh, for the meeting, the notice is for the meeting, I
Mhm.
see. Okay.
Yep.
So in theory, let's say, then we could have, 'cause this is October, so we could have it in the paper on, so to speak, the notice posted on the 4th. Right, and that's this might just be, I might be the only one that needs this clarification. The notice is for the meeting, not for, hey, people, you citizens out there, you can apply. The notice is for the meeting. Okay, I thought the notice, that's how old I am. I thought that was actually like a one ad, right? The notice is for the meeting, so then what that would do is give people really a week to not that people have known it's kind of coming anyway, because obviously someone has stepped down, but it will be a week for, by the time it hits, but soon we can start getting this out right away, with our media partners and so on, so we could give people, I see Director of Communications in the back nodding, so they could in theory have 7 to 10 days to to begin to work on their information and so on. The deadline could then be the 8th. And then we can begin, the deadline could be the 8th, and then we're looking at beginning that. Are we looking at, the deadline would have to be the 8th.
Yep.
So that then we could still meet on the 19th and on the 26th. That's kind of what we're playing with. Dr. Nicolette and then Vice President Manetto?
There was a reason I didn't supply that as a week I was available.
So you're not?
I am not available.
Which week is that? The week of the 18th?
18th.
Okay.
I am after the 21st.
So what that would mean is, if we so desired, we could do a special. It would be a special meeting on the 19th anyway. Oh, even though it's a policy day, we could have a special meeting on the 22nd. No, not available. Okay. All right. So it looks like that's not going to work then. Now you see why we had such trouble in the first place. All right. Sorry, we got six of us. Yes,
throw
sir.
in more complications?
Vice President Manel was next. I'm going to go to you. Okay? Yes.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. I was just going to say the 19th is not great for me, but the 22nd would be better.
Yeah, but I know
works.
that doesn't work for Trustee Smith. So
okay,
we'll keep working. Trustee Church.
The week of the 19th is great for me. The week of the 26th is great for me. And in my opinion, the final selection, if somebody had to miss something for something, the final selection is the one that nobody wants to miss.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, as I notified the board president and everybody, I will be on a cruise on November 2nd. So that, I want to absolutely be there, but there's no way on the 2nd.
No, you can't make that.
On a cruise ship. Now, that said, I did kind of make a mistake in my email. I said through the 9th. That meant through the evening of the 8th. I am available on the 9th, but I'd love to see the new trustee be on board so the 9th could be their first meeting. So just for the record, I just can't be there the 2nd.
May I propose a solution?
Please.
So if you're all going to attend the normal meetings on the 26th and the 9th, because you already have them on your schedule, why not start that in the morning, do the 26th meeting at 8 a.m., reduce the pool down, then come back and do your regular meeting at 2 o'clock, and then on the 9th, do a special meeting at 8 in the morning, get the person appointed, and then they can have and this would solve Trustee Church's issue. Their first full meeting can be the afternoon of the 2nd, and I appreciate...
You mean the 9th of the 9th?
Or the 9th,
Yeah.
excuse me, and I appreciate that you could say, well, they didn't prepare, but you know what, if they want the position bad enough, they'll be prepared for the 9th.
Oh, yeah,
They
prepared
get
for
the
the
same
meeting.
support material as everyone else.
Yep,
so.
they can take a look, and I
Right.
think our last appointment they had a day.
Right.
So it was that piece that it made it a little bit tougher. Yeah, they had a day. I'm with Trustee Church, and my goal in this, if we could, was if we can get it done in October, so they can begin in November, because that's half the county that doesn't have their second trustee, and we certainly want them to have full representation as fast as they can for the county, for the schools, right, the kids, and so on. So let me repeat: it looks like all of the noticing information is the same as what's submitted, would be the same as what's submitted. The second notice. It's not what's submitted. The first notice will go out on the 4th. The second notice will go out on the 11th. The deadline would be the 8th, so that there's time to, right, the deadline will be the 8th, so that there's time to put notice out in terms of, posting the meeting materials, right, according to the Nevada Open Meeting Law. On the 19th, right? No, I'm sorry. On the 26th. So actually, they would all stay the same.
Everything stays the same.
Everything stays the same except on the 26th, and we would start at 8 o'clock in the morning since we have a meeting at 2.
Right.
Right, and we already have, all of us need to be in town because there's a meeting.
Right.
Right, so on the 26th, we'd start at 8 o'clock in the morning and narrow down to finalists. Okay, and because if the deadline is, when's the deadline, the 15th? No, when's the deadline?
The application deadline is the 15th.
That doesn't give, is that enough time to know this though?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So what we could do, just is on the 15th, we may change the meeting start time. If we have 9 people, right, then maybe we start at 10 o'clock instead of 8.
Yeah, you can make that decision.
Yeah,
as
once
the
we see
board
what
president.
it's the number. But let's all of us block it from 8 in case we need that. And then we know if we have 10 people and we follow a similar process, we'll be able to get through that in a couple of hours.
Right.
Okay, so we'll make that. So let's all block from 8, but just know that the timing may adjust a little bit. Yes, ma'am.
This is probably a crazy question. Because we don't want District F to be unrepresented forever, and it seems like that's a long time, but it's really not. It's around the corner. Is it a crazy thought to think, maybe we could do it the 25th and 26th?
Well, we can't notice we can't do a notice fast enough, because we have to put their name on the agenda and get a waiver and pursuant to 241033 and 241034, which is the open meeting law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Rodriguez?
I'm just really cautious about trying to squeeze everything on the 26th, because, I mean, this is half of the county. I mean, I know how many people put in for my district and Trustee Smith, and, I mean, it's at large, so who knows, we could have one applicant or, 50, because it's such a large district. I know Clerk Nicolette, she said her availability was after the 21st. I don't know if we're able to do something 21st or 22nd, and then resume. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's on here that isn't available. What we could do.
Just really.
No, I hear you. So we'll plan for 8, because even in the case when we had 20-something for yours, which is really highly unusual, by the way, but we still got done by about 12 o'clock. All right, but no, it's just what I'm going to say, though. But if we get 50 applicants, let's say, and we need to add another day, we'll add another day. How about that? We leave that open, but we know it won't be on the 22nd, and it will be before Trustee Church. You turn those dates in already before you leave on your cruise. But what we can deal with it from that standpoint. If we get a number that is so that we just cannot get it done in 6 hours. Okay, again, unlikely, but you never know.
Yeah,
Right.
we can make that work, because what we could also do is make it a normal meeting that starts at 8 a.m., do all the applicants for however long it takes, and then you just figure out the other agenda items.
I think it's going to start immediately following.
Yep.
And that gives us a little room to play as
So that'll give
well.
us more room, too. Because the noticing, it's really important we don't violate 241 or 386 or 238, so, which are all statutes. Anyway, so I want to make sure we spread it out correctly.
Okay, so then that's an even better answer for that if we need to. And then if we go into 2 or 3 or 4, whatever, then we'll start the meeting at 4 or whatever. Right? Does that address your concern, Trustee Rodriguez?
Can you
Dr. Nicolette?
recap, please?
Yes. Okay, we just worked through this. Let's just recap this again. No, this is good. Everybody get your pen out so we can keep these notes, although there'll be a follow-up, but just so we have it. And then please be checking your calendar as we go, because we don't want to do this when someone can't make it, because it's critically important. Okay, so the dates will stay the same in terms of invitation to apply as the calendar as Counsel has submitted to us, and it's in the board packets. All of that information stays the same. Okay, all the way to the 26th, Board of Trustee meeting applicant pool reduced. Same thing. We'll schedule that for 8 o'clock. All right, and that's a board meeting day, so we already have that on our calendars. And the board meeting typically starts at 2 p.m. But what we will notice, depending upon the number of applicants that we have, if the applicant pool is a little smaller, if we get 10, right, we may be able to start at 8. If we have 50, then we're going to say that the board meeting, when the board meeting is posted, will start immediately following this. So that if this piece, we do that sometimes on work sessions that we think will go long, right? So if we think this might go, we don't know how long it's going to go, 3, 4, 5 o'clock, whatever, then we can do that. And then then at least we know that will start right after we get done with that screening process. All right, and then we will switch over to the 9th, another board meeting day, right? So hopefully we all already have this on our calendars, and then we'll do something similar. Same thing. We will start depending on we'll at that point we'll decide our start time. We can start at 8 o'clock, because then that will be a little bit more time, 30-minute interviews or whatever. We'll plan to start at 8 o'clock, and go from there.
So so I'm looking for a motion from you to adopt the calendar as Trustee or President Taylor indicated, except on the 26th. I would ask you to block your time at 8 a.m., but I would like to leave the actual motion to say to be determined, depending on the applicants. Then with regard to the 9th, I keep doing that, I apologize. With regard to the 9th, because we have to do the notice for 2 weeks prior to the meeting, we need a time specific on that one. So we can either take that motion now, or we can take that motion when you adopt the notice of appointment. I don't care, but at some point, we need a specific time to start the meeting on the 9th. Looking at the past, you normally only forward 3 to 5 applicants to this final interview. I've never seen more than 5. Normally it's 3. But actually it was 5, I think, with Trustee Rodriguez. So I guess it depends. But it's normally 3 to 5. So you maybe build that into your thoughts on the timing. 9 a.m., I think we started at that time, and we had plenty of time. But I just need a time on that one because I have to get a correct notice out. And this is a notice of the meeting, so it's got to be clear because we can't tell people to show up at 2 and hold the meeting at 9.
Right. Now, but we don't need it to be time certain on the 26th?
Nope, because that's not the actual appointment.
Oh, so it's on the appointment. Okay, I was going to say, what's the difference, the appointment, the actual appointment? And that way people know.
Yep.
People know what it is that's going on. Okay, so then that means it's on the 9th then, on the 9th, we are looking for a time certain. We can say 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. Right? On that, whichever way we want to go. So why don't we, since we're on the calendar, why don't we do the calendar first, and then we'll go on. I know we need other motions to go to, but since we dove into the calendar because that's the most challenging piece. Anybody have questions on when we're talking about the 26th? Right? And we're going to say to be determined based upon the number of applicants. Okay? All right, so that's the 26th. But we're all going to mark 8 a.m., but the motion should say to be determined. And then on November 9th, when the actual appointment will occur, we want that to be time certain, and I recommend the 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. just to make sure we have the time. Both of these are on board meeting days. And then we'll adjust the board meeting agenda to go a little bit later if we need to, in particular on that first screening to allow extra time if we need to. Okay, yes, Trustee Smith?
Just a quick question. Mr. Rombardo, you said that we have to decide the time for the 9th right now, or you said that there was another time in the future, or now is the time to decide the 8 versus 9? Now's the time.
Now's the time to decide.
He meant just a little bit later on, like when we vote for the other pieces, but yeah. I thought the same thing. I was like, then we can wait, but yeah, thought the same thing. Okay, any questions? Everybody have, we do have some, why don't we get some public comment cards? And again, for public comment, just as they're called, just as a reminder, these are public comments that are specific to the appointment process. Okay, specific to the appointment process or the calendar or notice or questions or any of those things. So it's specific to that, if you would. And then again, just as a reminder, in terms of the Nevada open meeting law, then we're asking you to please be mindful that comments that are willfully disruptive, comments that are irrelevant, that are repetitious, that are slanderous, that are offensive, that are inflammatory, that are irrational, or that are amounting to personal attacks or interfering with the rights of other speakers, I'm going to just interrupt you and ask you to please refrain from that. And again, I know it is inconvenient to have to keep your mask up as you're speaking, but should that go down, should that, I'm going to try to just give you some little hints here because I don't want to interrupt your comments at all. But then if not, I'm going to try to wait for an opportunity to jump in and just kind of try to give you a reminder, if you would do that and adhere to it. We really, really appreciate it. And thank you for those who turned in your public comment cards. We want to hear from you.
Wayne Gordon.
Welcome, Mr. Gordon, right here, sir.
My name's Wayne Gordon. I live at 4500 Mariloma Drive. I don't think this board should be appointing anybody to fill a vacancy. And I think you should reconsider it. I've seen significant ethics lapses by you in the matter of what happened with District F. I am in District F and A. And so I really haven't had a representative for a couple of years. And for those last 2 years, that anything that person has done should probably be reviewed for whether her vote made a difference in the actual completion of it. Because this is not right. And the lady said don't have District F vacant for a long period of time. But in reality, it has been, and it's because of you guys, a number of you who knew this person didn't live in the district and allowed it to continue. She drew money, got paid, which she was not entitled to, and I'd like to know if you've done anything about that. The council knew it, apparently.
I'm going to ask you, no personal attacks, Mr. Gordon, if you would.
What's personal about saying the council knew it? Did he knew it? Did he not?
When you're done, I'll address it when he's done. You want to answer? Okay, please, counsel, go ahead.
I received-
We'll pause your clock. No problem. And if you lost a few minutes, a few seconds, we'll get those back to you, okay, sir?
I received absolutely no credible information regarding her residency. I knew nothing, and the proper authorities are the Attorney General or the DA to investigate, period.
Where did her check get sent to?
I don't pay bills.
Okay, let's hang on. I want you to go. I want you to be able to finish your comments, and then I'll correct a couple things as well. Okay.
I think it's very unlikely that it wasn't known. Okay.
Okay. If you get that over your nose, please, sir. Thank you.
It's
I know.
Significant ethics lapse. Okay, just for one thing. And as a result of everything that happened, because I was told that you did in fact all know and ignored it, but I don't.
You're slandering
myself.
me at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Gordon.
Further, when you guys appoint, you forget the reason that you have, like free speech and other things, is to have multiple opinions and multiple ideas on accomplishing stuff. And what it looks like to me is the last two appointments have been, let's see who looks exactly like I do and agree with me so we don't have anything else, and we'll appoint that person. Now, you've had two of them like that already. The only voice on this board that I believe represents us, you're trying to fire. I find this very bad.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Your time is up, sir. I will correct a couple of things on the record.
You said I got a couple extra seconds.
I gave you just a couple extra seconds. I gave you a couple. Thank you, sir. You want to finish your comment? Go ahead and finish your comment. Okay, I did give you a couple extra seconds. I'm going to correct a couple things on the record. I know that contrary to what you may have heard, there is absolutely, and I know you heard it because others have said, there's absolutely no, I have email chain of when I was informed, when I informed former trustee Calvert, and then when she stepped down. That is incorrect information. And I will answer this. Where did she get her check? We don't get checks in the mail anymore, sir. It's called direct deposit. Okay, it's called direct deposit. So that doesn't give any kind of information. So, and I will say this, and I think it's really fair for people to ask. So I will address this on the record. I've asked legal counsel to look into what are the laws and statutes around such an unusual situation, and then when we get that information back, it will be shared. We'll make a decision as a board that it will be very open, transparent, public, all of that. So all the information. Oh, they're trying to hide. Oh, okay, just absolutely not true. Just absolutely not true. Okay, JJ.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Mr. Duran, welcome.
Welcome. So I do live in District F. I live in Nearwood area. I live District A and F. So I want to keep in mind to say that I won't be able, I will not go on site to not to fill out the District F application. Even I was a resident for District F. I live in Nearwood area, but if you talk to districts, if an audience who talked about Collier, I do agree, like, Collier should resign because he doesn't live in the district. It seems hypocritical to me that the U.S. Senator from Missouri, who lived in Virginia, did not call for recognition because he doesn't live in Missouri. So I want to keep it clear that I may be a 2024 school board member for District A. And I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you very much, JJ. Okay, we'll bring it back here to the dais. What we're voting on this point, there are going to be several motions, as council said. What we're going to vote on on this one is on the calendar. The calendar, as we just discussed, looking for a motion to approve the calendar. Approve the calendar as we just discussed, and with those dates that have been provided.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Manello. JJ, you have all those dates to fill that in? Great, thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor, Trustee Rodriguez?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the calendar, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Next item to vote on, Council?
The next item to vote on will be the, why don't we do the notice of appointment, which is the document that's on the board now. This will be changed to indicate the November 9th day of appointment and an 8 a.m. start time, and we're just looking for a motion to approve. This is required by NRS 386.270.
Okay, and that's an attachment, as you can see, the notice, the notice that we typically use, and you can see when those notices will be posted. Okay, and then we're looking for, this is the notice for the actual appointment, so it will say, no, the one that we have says November 2nd, it will actually be on November 9th. Okay, so to make that clear, and for the members of the public who may be following, it will occur on November 9th. Okay, looking for a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the invitation to apply for vacant trustee position District F with the change from November 2nd, 2021 to November 9th, 2021.
Okay, that's the invitation to apply, that's not the notice. But we do need that, we need that.
It's this, right?
Right, he asked for the notice of appointment, that's okay. But we need that motion as well, so that's okay. No, we need the invitation to apply as well, so that can still stand.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion, as we can see before us, the invitation to apply with the updated dates, as just shared by Kirk. Nicolette, you want to go through that one more time?
I do, and I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
My documents
There's a lot going on.
Are in order, are not in the right order.
Well, mine might not be, so I'm sorry. How about
That's
that?
all right, no worries. We'll get through it. I make a motion to approve the invitation to apply for vacant trustee position District F with a change of date from November 2nd, 2021 to November 9th, 2021.
Okay, motion on the floor. There's a second by Trustee Rodriguez. I see that finger there. Any other discussion on the invitation to apply? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Now we'll go to the notice. Not the invitation to apply, but the notice. This is according to statute, the notice that has to say when the actual appointment will occur. The invitation to apply is what actually shows and gets posted.
So
It's on the screen before us.
Yeah, so the notice is up there, and they'll both go in the paper, actually.
Oh, they both will? Okay.
Yeah, we just do that as an abundance of caution.
Okay.
It's more than is required, but we do it.
Okay. But the date change, just note the change date is not November 2nd, but it's November 9th, as we've all discussed. And the time is, yeah, that's right, the time is 8 a.m. So those two updates from what we have, what was distributed. Okay, looking for a motion if that's the pleasure of the board.
Okay, let me try this again. Thank you. I'd be honored
Okay, wait,
to.
hang on, I think there's a question. Okay, go ahead.
I make a motion that the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees approves the notice of appointment for School District Trustee District F with a change from November 2nd, 2021 to November 9th, 2021 at 8 a.m.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor regarding the notice. Is there a second? Second by Vice President Manetto. Further discussion, Trustee Rodriguez, did you have something? You're okay? All right. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Next up, Counsel.
The last two items, well, we'll just go to the 26th first. So on October 26th, you have to decide how you want to weed down the applicant pool and potentially how many go forward. traditionally, we give the applicants 10 minutes to do a presentation. 5 minutes? Was that what it was? 5? I thought it was 10. My bad. 5-minute presentation, answering those questions and in the invitation, as well as introducing themselves to the board. The board does receive the opportunity to ask questions of that person at that time, at the discretion of the chair of the meeting. Sometimes folks go longer, but normally not. And that would occur if there are more questions by the board. So that would be a point of privilege by trustees, not a point of privilege by an applicant, to be clear. And then, and that can be denied by the chair too, depending on timing of the meeting. Anyway, all of that being said, so that's the normal process. And then there's normally a vote, and normally 3 to 5 go forward, as I indicated last time. So we're just looking for a motion to adopt a process where, again, the candidates can do a presentation, trustees may ask some questions, or just allow the person to go, and then a weeding out process, and 3 to 5 move forward, or a natural break, I know the president always likes that, to the 9th meeting.
Okay, is that clear for everyone? Questions? Everyone kind of clear? I see your lights on, Dr. Nicolette. You have a question?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Everyone clear on that process? Same process we followed this past summer on 2 occasions, but doesn't mean we have to do it now if someone wants to do something different. Okay? All right. Well, yeah. All right. No bias there, right, Trustee Rodriguez? All right. And looking for a motion on the floor then, if we say with the same process we used this past summer. Okay. Looking for a motion if that's the pleasure of the board. Okay,
I'll be honest,
I
I'm not
got-
exactly sure what the motion should read because that was very lengthy.
Okay, I got a so move from Trustee
So moved,
Rodriguez.
okay. Second.
Okay, I think JJ, you picked that up, and what it basically said is that those who apply will have 5 minutes to introduce themselves to the board, make the presentation. Right, again, it's not public comments. It's this, and then if we so choose, a trustee can ask questions, and then at the end of that process, they don't have to be here, but most choose to be here. Then we weed down to finalists. To a finalist pool, and then we don't set a number. I feel strongly about that. There will be a natural break. If we say 5, but then there's 6 really good candidates, we don't want that 6th person to miss out. Or, if we say 3, but there's really only 2, and there's a big difference, we may decide to go with 2. So it gives us a range that's comfortable based upon what we decide as a board. Okay, any discussion? Anybody confused? Anybody left behind? We want to make sure everybody's really clear.
So basically, we are replicating the same process that we used most recently with Trustee Smith and Trustee Rodriguez. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, that's the motion on the floor. We had all discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous.
The last motion will be regarding the appointment process. We did provide you some questions. JJ, if you could, thanks, JJ. Normally, how we do it is we allow the person to do a short introductory 3-minute type statement. This will be the final applicants on the final day on November 9th. You'll probably have anywhere from, again, 3 to 5 or 6, whatever the natural break is. And then questions will be asked by each trustee of the applicant. What we would ask, these are sample questions, and you're obviously welcome to use them if you like them, but what we ask is that each one of you, in the past, this is what we've asked, that each one of you turn in 2 questions to board services. Then you'll be assigned a question, one of your 2 questions. And the only reason why we ask for 2 is Trustee Rodriguez might have overlap with Trustee Church, and so Trustee Church might get to ask that overlap question, and then he'll get to ask another one, just by way of example. So we ask for 2 questions from each trustee, and then those questions will be set up. We'll tape the questions here for all the applicants to see, and each one of you will get to ask your question.
And then if you would, just when you turn your questions into board services, just go number 1 and number 2. So that way you know what your priority question is,
Yeah.
and then that way, because we want everybody to be able to ask what they want to ask. It's just so we don't have the duplication.
So hopefully everyone will get their priority question. But if
Last time, there was no overlap last time at all, so
Right.
everybody got whatever question they wanted.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But if there is, we ask for two, just so we don't have to come back and find you and everything.
Mhm.
Just easier.
And then just so you know, also the process we did last time is that we don't reveal those questions until actual interview day for that time. And then also we ask applicants, it's an open meeting, so we certainly can't mandate it, but we ask applicants if they would leave the room. We do the very, very scientific JJ pull a name out of a cup method. And that's the order that they go in, and we ask the other applicants if they would leave the room so that they aren't here while applicants are being interviewed, so they have some insight on the questions, because that kind of gives them an unfair advantage. Yes, Trustee Smith?
Thank you, Madam President. What is the deadline for turning in the questions?
Oh, good question. When should we have those in?
I don't necessarily think that needs to be part of the motion, but you should probably have them in, when's that meeting at? I would,
The meeting's
is on
the
November
26th.
9th?
I mean, on the 9th, yes.
Yeah, so what, because we won't want to post them, well, we need to get organized and everything, but we don't want to post them ahead of time because we don't want to give the applicants unfair advantage. So really, you could probably, I don't know, what works for JJ would answer that better than I.
I'm going to say the
or Angie,
29th,
Russell.
just to be safe.
Yeah, well, the 29th is Nevada Day, so isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's the last Friday. It's a.
Well,
so
I'm
say
going to
the
be in
28th?
Carson City on the 29th, so how about we do the 28th?
Let's say the 28th then. And that gives us a couple days after we've done the interview. It might stir some juices and some questions when we do the first screening on that Tuesday, the 26th.
And that's exactly why I was asking, because I'd like to hear everyone give their statements, and then
Mhm.
that may prompt the process of the question I would like to pose. So
Yep.
thank you.
May generate something. It's good to just, again, that
That'll
doesn't
work.
necessarily have to be part of the motion. It isn't, but that's a good question for us to have. And JJ's really good. She'll send us an email and hound us to make sure that we get those into her, and then she can go from there. Okay? All right, so I think we need a motion on that process. I think we did.
Right, so a motion to adopt the process, which includes the two questions each, and you can make it part of the motion if you want, that they have to be to board services by no later than the 28th.
Okay, looking for a motion, if that's the pleasure of the board on the process? Is there, we get a so moved, a nod, or make another recommendation, or? I know you certainly put it on your calendar. We have a motion by Vice President Minetto and second by Trustee Smith. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it too is unanimous. It is unanimous. And then just as we leave this agenda item, I just want to again reiterate, because I think it's really important to do so, that there was no prior knowledge of former trustee Calvert's change in residency at all. There's no mechanism for us to find that out, although, again, we're going to be addressing that from a policy standpoint, so that there can be something in board policy that requires us to check in on a regular basis when we move or something like that, so that it will come to our attention. Otherwise, there's just really no way for us to know unless someone tells us. And again, there's not a shred of evidence that Chief Legal Counsel, that myself, that the superintendent, that anybody on this table knew the situation in terms of what former trustee Calvert did. None. And when I got the credible information, I got it on September 8th. I phoned former trustee Calvert on I got it on the 8th. I phoned trustee Calvert on the 9th. Said we needed to resolve it before our next board meeting, which was 4 days later. 2 working days later, she resigned. Don't know what else I could have done about that one. So I know there's a lot of other information floating around out there. Just get some proof. Okay, I think that's only fair. Let's get some evidence instead of some I heard, because that's just not real fair. Okay, I heard it's not enough. Okay, and if you want to send me those emails, I'm happy to do it. Not a problem at all. Happy to do it. Plenty of evidence out there. Happy to do it. But let's do that. Let's do that. And then, as I said, we'll be addressing this, and we can't do anything that's not in the public meeting, so it'll be public, and we'll all learn about this as we go forward. What this law says, very unusual. Not the kind of thing that happens often, but we'll all find out about it and we'll deal with it. So, but thank you very much. Okay. Next agenda item. I think Dr. Paul Lamarca is up.
Point of order, Madam?
Yes, sir.
3.05 is still on the agenda.
Oh, it's crossed off.
But it's on the agenda for the public. It's never been removed.
Oh, we should get that removed.
Well, can we make a motion? Do we need parliamentary procedure?
We don't. We pulled it.
Okay, just for the information for the public.
Yes. Agenda. I didn't. It's marked off on here, but it may still be showing up on board docs because it's a written agenda, right? So let me just make an announcement just to know that, right? Just like I may if I pull any other agenda item and so on. Agenda item 3.05 has been postponed, so that there's more time for Trustee Church, for the board members, for the community to review any supporting documentation. Along with that, it will be heard at the next board meeting, October 12th. October 12th, that meeting's at 2 p.m., and it will not be heard before 4 p.m. because we know there's a great level of public interest. So thank you, Trustee Church. You want to make sure at least that's on the record. The announcement was made yesterday. It was pulled, but let's get that on the record to make sure there's no misinformation or miscommunication around that. Okay, so now we're going on to, okay, good, clear? Trustee Church, did I take care of that?
Yeah, thank
you. Yeah, okay. Okay, agenda item 3.06. Discussion and possible action to review and provide direction on current COVID-19 mitigation measures in effect for the 2021-22 school year, including facilities management, transportation, staff and student exclusions, and face coverings for district facilities and school sites based on current federal, state, and local guidance. This is for possible action, not heard before 4 p.m. And this, just for the record, is a standing agenda item that we had the majority of last year and then brought back this year as we're still dealing with mitigation and COVID-19. So it's something that we as a board will continue to look at every 2 weeks. And Dr. Paul Lamarca has been really provided our lead, if you will, on this for this entire time. So thank you, sir, for your work and the team that's been working and so on. So we will turn it over to you. Who's starting? Is it the superintendent who's starting?
We didn't practice this part yet. We
Oh, okay.
an opportunity.
You guys need a recess to get that together?
We
You okay?
We got
Okay.
it. So let's move the slide forward, JJ. So these are our guiding principles. They haven't changed. Let's move it forward. So if you take a look at August 24th, this is the reason that we'll have some information that the Board of Trustees directed the superintendent to the maximum degree possible for the district to implement COVID testing protocols for all students, regardless of vaccination status, involved in athletics and activities through the September 28th, 21 scheduled meeting, which is today, if you can believe it. Unless extended contingent on receiving funding, the action will be renoticed if consultation with NIAA indicates financial burden on other school districts, which we had cleared that there was no, they didn't have to participate in that. And so if we move the slide forward, these are the continued previous board actions. We will continue to update this as we bring this item forward. Governor's Directive 048 still standing. No changes to the Governor's Directive 048 as far as mandating masks. And we will turn it over to Dr. Lamarca.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, for the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. Just kind of unremarkable slides coming forward in terms of data. We are still in the very high region based on the meter. I will tell you that as of yesterday, the meter was down to a 9.0, so we are moving in the right direction with respect to that. This is our dashboard as of September 24th. It still reflects a 10.5. That's because this was, when we posted the agenda, we've updated that. It's on the website today at 9.0. Cases per 100,000, 47.1. That's down to about 44. And test positivity is at 17.9. Based on this dashboard, it's at 17.0. So everything's moving in the right direction. I believe that for the last 5 days, we've seen a daily decrease in the county as a whole in terms of new COVID cases. So knock on wood, we're headed in the right direction. Here's our trend slide where we're looking at different youth age groups as well as the adult population. So we do see, again, the rates of transmission going down. This is positive news. Test positivity, when we updated this slide, it was still up at kind of that plateau level. Again, as I noted, we're at 17.0 today, so hopefully we're headed southerly, which is the right direction. I think this is probably some of the information you were hoping to receive tonight based on your earlier motion. So since the 30th, we have been able to test both unvaccinated and vaccinated athletes. We don't have exact numbers because we don't keep a list of who is whom. But what I can tell you is approximately 40% of the athletes that have been tested are vaccinated, and we know that just because of the numbers that we were testing prior to this beginning and then since. So of the nearly 7,600 athletes that have been tested since August 30th, 38 were tested positive. Of those 38, 4 were vaccinated. Again, the no contact practice, that was one of the informational items we shared with you a month ago. That has gone over very well in terms of minimizing the numbers of exclusions of athletes. And we are working with the state, as we mentioned last time we met, to expand testing access to students and staff throughout our district. Good afternoon, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So I'm going to start with vaccinations. So first, for initial vaccinations, the Washoe County Health District has recently changed their hours at their vaccination site, offering vaccinations on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons from 1 to 4, hopefully making it more convenient for students and staff. And a link is on our website for this information. We're also coordinating with the Health District and Immunize Nevada in regards to vaccination pods at our school starting in mid-October. That would be accessible again to students, staff, and also the community. Events have already been scheduled at Rise and also at Wooster High School, and we will have more information on our website for those school-based pods as soon as it is finalized. It's getting awfully close. So in regards to boosters, you have probably all seen the conflicting information that's kind of being come out on the national level. The CDC Vaccination Committee said no to prioritizing school staff, while the CDC director said yes to prioritizing school staff. And this direction hasn't been clearly communicated yet down to the local level. But I can tell you that the health district is currently starting boosters for those 65 and older and for those who have an underlying health condition, and are currently having booster signups on their website. A couple of things also to know about boosters. One is the vast majority of our staff received their second shot in late February. So the recommended 8 months would put us at about the end of October, so right around that Nevada Day holiday. And at this time, the only approved booster vaccine is Pfizer. Moderna and Johnson & Johnson are in the approval process. Again, as soon as we have more definitive information, we will definitely make sure we get that out to everyone. Okay, operations staffing. As I mentioned 2 weeks ago during the operations strategic plan update, despite the incredible efforts of our Human Resource Department, communications, our own operations staff, unfortunately our staffing levels have continued to erode since the start of school. We're definitely not unique in this. I think as I read the countless stories from around the country, I think we actually may even be in better shape than a lot of districts, but it has become a problem. That being said, in transportation, we currently have approximately 52 vacant bus driver positions, 11 pupil transportation assistant openings, and 3 staff member openings. We have also ranged between about 12 and 18 daily call-outs. That can be due to having COVID or exclusions or having a child at home who is excluded. There's a lot of reasons, or just plain feeling ill. Due to the impacts of this, we felt it necessary to implement a double-run system that started on September 20th. That is basically a bus driver taking one group of students home, then coming back to the school, picking up a second group, and then taking them home. I want to stress this is only for general ed bus runs, not for special ed runs. And it is currently only the afternoon runs that are being impacted on this. Our goal in implementing this was consistency. Consistency to our students, to our parents, and to our schools. Prior to this, every day was a little bit different. I know you were probably getting those notifications about how many double runs were going on in the afternoons. And I know parents were getting frustrated by that because they didn't know exactly when their child would be coming home. And even they told us, we just want to know exactly. So I think having consistency will help everyone. Also, in addition, prior to implementing this, we also felt we were in a non-sustainable spiral that did not allow us to do that proper planning and route planning that's really necessary in a situation like this. We also weren't providing any decent, what I would call decent customer service, as everyone was out driving a bus, or implementing the technology changes and improvements that will ultimately help us to streamline our operations, since all of our staff, again, were out driving buses in the morning and in the afternoon. So with this change, our staff may still be driving either in the morning or in the afternoon, but they're going to have more time to be able to actually do the jobs that are so important to this district. But we totally recognize and appreciate the hardship that this places on our schools, our students, our families, and on our own staff. But as it currently stands, though, I think this is going to probably be in effect until at least the end of October and possibly longer. As I previously said, due to the hiring team's incredible efforts, we have been getting applicants, 69 since June 1st, and we have hired 32 of them. Unfortunately, in that same time period, we've had 29 drivers leave their driver positions. Some of those leave the district, some retire, some transfer, some get promotions. There's a lot of reasons. So we're just kind of staying even, but we will continue to hire and train as quickly as we can. So in nutrition services, similar story, we have approximately 96 openings, and as you can see the breakdown, with the majority of the openings being in the middle schools and in the high schools. The vast majority of these positions are part-time, non-benefited positions that are often 2 to 4 hours per day. As you would guess, the hardest positions to fill are in those outlying schools in the south, north, and northwest. And as with transportation, you can see that we are gaining employees, losing employees, and we're just kind of treading water. There's sort of, I guess you would almost call it a recycling of employees sometimes, with transfers, promotions, just in and out of departments and the district itself. And exclusions, again, are also an issue. Last week, or it'd be actually now the week before last, we had two schools, Stead Elementary School and Desert Heights Elementary School, that did not have any staff due to exclusions. So we had to go to a sack lunch. This situation is coupled with the fact that with universal free, as I expressed many times to you, which is fantastic, I mean, that we're being able to serve all of our students, our meals are up, but unfortunately with less staff. And also, like transportation, the lack of staff has impacted the department's ability to really initiate some of those new programs and initiatives that are really important to us, like additional menu choices and fresh fruit and vegetable programs. When you just don't have the staff, it's hard to implement new programs. But one item I would like to mention when it comes to filling site-based staffing vacancies is that we are asking for our school's assistance with this. If we find a candidate through the traditional human resources process, we obviously assign them, if possible, where they are most needed. However, if a school finds a candidate within their school community to fill an opening at their school, they can obviously keep that employee. We'll put them on our roll, we'll train them, but that school gets to keep it. So we're really excited, and this has come up with us, we've had this situation arise, that we're really excited when the school communities really reach out and find a solution to help with their school. And lastly, pretty much the same story in housekeeping custodial. We have approximately 45 vacant positions out of roughly 374 custodial positions, including site facility coordinators, with daily call-outs averaging roughly about 20 per day to exclusions, sickness, need for light duty, etc. A week ago, Friday, we had 80 requests for substitute custodians, and we were only able to fill 11. We've averaged about 55 to 80 per day over the last couple of weeks. In an unprecedented step, facilities had to temporarily reassign high school custodians to elementary schools so that we could provide some coverage at every school. I want to stress, daily disinfection remains our top priority at our schools, but other duties such as vacuuming and routine maintenance have definitely been impacted. Now, we're really thankful to our many employees who have stepped up and have been willing to take the overtime to kind of keep this going, and that has really helped us, and I think it's going to continue to help us through this. And I know this isn't a real upbeat presentation, but I can guarantee you that everyone is doing their absolute best in operations, human resources, communications. They're doing everything they can to help us get through this situation. And I want to kind of finish on a positive note. And again, I think we're starting to see some progress as far as the numbers. And I got some information just today from from communications, and I mean from human resources. So at the Chamber of Commerce job fair held on Tuesday, September 14th, we had 32 attendees express interest at that event. And then just this past Saturday, we had the Polakitas district hiring fair. And I know Trustee Smith, you were there and helped a potential employee walk through the process. So thank you very, very much for that. For transportation that day, we had 10 attendees express interest, with 7 of the attendees starting or completing their applications for being a driver. Housekeeping, we had 11 attendees express interest in housekeeping positions, and 5 of them started their application on site. Nutrition Services had 14 express interest, 5 starting the process or completing it. And there was 23 teachers, aides, and assistants that expressed interest, and 4 started their process on that day. So I think we're starting to see some interest. I know one of the goals, like in transportation, was let's make it to fall break. So hopefully we can make it to fall break so we can have additional of our trainers train more staff during fall break when we have that kind of break when they're not driving buses every day. So I think, we're starting to see some, I'm hoping, glass half full here, some signs of optimism, but it has been a tough go for operations. But I appreciate all the support you've given to our schools and to our operations staff. So thank you.
And so finally, my recommendation to the board is that we're going to stay the course and no additional direction.
Okay, thank you, Madam Superintendent. Trustee Church, I see your light on, then I see we have plenty. Should we go, let's take this, can we take all the public comment first? Sure. Is that okay? Sure. We can hear, okay, why don't we take public comment, and I know, get some names, and I know we've had some emails as well. And then write it down if you need to, Trustee Church, so you don't forget, and we'll go to you first.
Fred Simon.
Is that Dr. Simon? Welcome back, Dr. Simon.
Thank you. Fred Simon, medical doctor, did immunologic NIH study, bacterial sepsis, primary investigator, pancreatitic, necrotic, immunologic, splenic, splenophraphy. In discussing this, Dr. Chatterjee, someone I know, pediatric infectious disease doctor, dean of Chicago Medical School, was part of the FDA group. They voted 16-2 to not recommend boosters. Why? There's no safety data. So you're smart people, you can extrapolate if there's no safety data for the booster. Is there safety data for the regular jab? There isn't. So you're advocating and pushing children to get a toxin. It is not a vaccine. The CDC even says it doesn't cure any infection. In fact, the CDC had an override on the FDA of these 16 intelligent medical professionals. So who are you going to believe? So I sit here and go, I listen to somebody, and he says, well, there's a controversy here. Yeah, there is. There's a real problem with safety data, and you're still pushing it. Nobody knows the extent of solid organ cancer from this. Nobody knows about beta cell lymphoma and leukemias from this. There hasn't been long enough study. But who cares? These aren't your kids. And it may happen 20, 30 years down the line. As far as the masks go, there's no data, and you all know that. As far as you participating and telling people to do things, you're not a law enforcement person. And it's a misdemeanor, and it's a $2,000 fine, and you have no right to tell people to wear masks. Check the Nevada state law out. I come here, I don't live in this county. I don't live in Elko County. I don't live in Churchill County. I don't live in Carson County. But I've gone around the state on purpose because I care about these kids. I care about these vaccine issues. You go right ahead and take this thing. You keep taking these boosters. There's no scientific data. Why has this happened? Never in the history of infectious disease have we done anything but herd immunity. Never. I'm very concerned about our children. That's why I'm here.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. I'm going to ask everyone if you could, you know how we just try to, if you can just keep it to just a small, polite little clap, so we don't have delays. I just want to be consistent regardless of who says what on which side of the issue. If we can just do that and we can just all do that, then that will be great and keep us going. Thank you.
James Bentham.
Welcome, Mr. Benton. Pull that mic down so we can. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. James M. Bentham for the record. Today I want to talk about discontinuing mask use. Earlier I mentioned David Robson. He's written articles about management during a crisis. He has said the leader's messaging may ultimately determine the public's trust. He says that a good narrative and clarifying the problems help it obtain cooperation and a consensus. But he also points out there are other messaging that negates this. He says one of these is don't sugarcoat. Conflicting messages cause confusion and distrust. He says that leaders should be open and transparent. They should level with all people. Earlier I was talking about a commentator from Brighteon.com who's talking about vaccinations, questions, and the CDC. He did have a summary. The COVID-19 vaccine does not provide immunity, does not eliminate the virus, does not prevent death, does not guarantee you won't get it, does not stop you from passing it on to others, does not eliminate masks and social distancing, does not eliminate lockdowns, and if you have adverse side effects, you're out of luck. On the website Katrina.com, they say that in part 1 and 2, I shared discoveries made by researchers at La Quinta Columna, who found graphene oxide in COVID vaccines, masks, and COVID tests. I would urge everyone to be as open and transparent to the public as possible about graphene oxide. Some of their issues were graphene oxide fibers are in plastic masks. They're on PCR tests found in COVID-19 vaccines. Graphene oxide disrupts the immune system, blocks detoxification, passes through the blood-brain area. For these reasons, I think it's time to discontinue masks for the safety of the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benton.
Casey Rogers.
Welcome back, Ms. Rogers. And we will get those passed out and circulated to everybody.
Casey Rogers for the record. All right. First, I want to start with the fact that you guys have a box outside your office out here that specifically says that these masks do not work for this virus. This mask does not eliminate the risk of contracting any disease or infection. Failure to properly use and maintain this product could result in illness or even death. Only for one-time use. Please destroy and dispose according to rules and regulations. Please use within the validity period. Do not use if package is damaged. Please refer to the instructions before use for adult use only. But specifically under warning and instructions, it says, this mask does not eliminate the risk of contracting any disease or infection. And yet here we are, wearing a mask that doesn't work. Secondly, when it comes to these vaccines, here's a VAERS report. This kid was 15 years old, died, no current illnesses, took the COVID-19 Pfizer BioNTech vaccination. He died on the April 4th, 2021. That's for you. This vaccine report right here, the purpose of this report is to document how all over the world millions of people have died and hundreds of millions of serious adverse events have occurred after injections with the experimental mRNA gene therapy. We also reveal the real risk of the unprecedented genocide. You guys know what genocide is, right? Remember the Holocaust? Facts. Our aim is to only present scientific facts and stay away from unfounded claims. The data is clear and verifiable. References can be found with all presented information, which is provided as a starting point for further investigation. This is for you. It's huge. Has lots of information. Third, let's put it this way. Ivermectin also works. You can look it up at FLCCC. Okay? Dr. Pierre Corey specifically was in front of the Senate committee and said ivermectin worked in December 8th, 2020. Ivermectin works. Why are we not using it? Instead, we're pushing vaccines that are killing people. This, from the Nevada System of Higher Education, stated July 27th, 2021. You go back under Health, Wellness, and Prevention, guess what it says? Nevada Higher System of Education says there is currently no vaccine to prevent coronavirus. And finally, I gave you the papers from the American Frontline Doctors of the civil liberties surrounding medical experimentation, which you are all violating. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Pablo Nava Duran.
I want to give a message to all areas who propose mass mandate and vaccination. So I want to say, how was American doing? Hopefully you take care of American doctor like that. So I'm gonna say, stop spreading information about student in the school. It's not about your fact about the vaccine or mass mandate. It's not about all the students. It's about you. You only care about yourself and all your institution. You try to kill the student for the political space. That seems wrong. It's time to stop acting grown up and stop behaving like an adult. I'm 23 years old, so I'm back to the school board member. So as a future HR assistant or applicant for a staffing special for this school district, I do see that there was a staff shortage, seeing a little bit of improvements. And sometimes the custodian, nutrition, and school bus had to take the different route to take all the kids because nobody felt well. So for the tuition, HR, it seemed like not working for the applicant to find a job. So we might have to find locally, statewide, nationwide. If a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1 is local-wide, phase 2 county-wide, phase 3 statewide, phase 4 nationwide, phase 5 global-wide. So global-wide should be more difficult. It's very expensive because you have to give them a sponsorship on a visa where you could stay in the United States to work at this job. So hopefully the MEM researcher will consider like maybe hire a foreign worker. If a budget was too burdened, maybe not. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Those are all the cards I have. The board received emails from Elizabeth Eisenhower, Debbie Taylor, Misty Stevenson, and Angelina Sliva regarding this item.
Thank you, JJ. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board and see if there's if there's a desire to change, this is the time for a motion for that. If there's not a desire to change and to stay the course, then we don't need a motion because we're already in that vein. I see Trustee Church. Yes, sir.
There you go. Almost got me. Just a quick comment. If I heard right, to backtrack, we had the courage to instigate a policy where even the vaccinated athletes were tested. I think at the last meeting, or 2 meetings, I think. We did that, and if I understand right, just ballpark 10% for vaccinated athletes tested positive. Is that correct?
No, 10% of those who tested positive were vaccinated. So 4 students out of 38,
Looked like 38, yeah.
were vaccinated, tested positive. The number of vaccinated students that were tested is north of 3,000. So of that number, 4 were positive.
Okay, so out of 3,000 vaccinated athletes, 4 tested positive.
Yeah, approximately
Okay.
3,000.
But I think that's great. I mean, I thank my fellow trustees for doing this because that's 4 too many. One positive infects everybody, you know, that they, especially in football or wrestling or anything else. So I just think it's wonderful what we did in hindsight. You know, we didn't know at the time. It was a tough vote. And so 4 is 4 too many, and it's a good thing we did it. And so, yeah, I think we need to keep it up.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Let's see, let's go, Student Trustee Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a question about getting those athletes who are getting tested. Is this still going to continue for vaccinated and unvaccinated, or now that we see the data, are we going to take that away?
That's a very good question, and it's the board's decision on whether or not we continue to test vaccinated athletes. Directive 048 just requires that for unvaccinated, so we know that we will be doing that into the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee. Vice President Minetto?
Thank you, Madam President. For me, I think we need to continue testing everyone to keep all of our children as safe as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Minetto. I have a question surrounding, just from a cost standpoint. What is that cost? I know we knew we had the funding in place we were at the same meeting, and it was 2 meetings ago, Trustee Church, when we approved it. It was 2 meetings ago, as you said. I remember on that same agenda, you know, we approved, a grant request to help pay for some testing and so on, and in addition to some one-time monies that we had to do that. So what does that look like in terms of as we look into the future?
Thank you for the question. We should be okay. I don't have we're projecting the costs for fall sports, so we still have several weeks left of fall sports, which would include vaccinated and unvaccinated. We're approximating that to be somewhere around $1.7 million. The grant that you guys approved for us was $3.2 million. We are working with the state. So the testing program currently is using antigen tests. Those are becoming very difficult to locate. That, and for some other reasons, the state of Nevada, Department of Health and Human Services, is strongly encouraging that we switch testing companies, which we have not done yet, and go to a different sort of testing platform. I do believe that if and when we do that, costs will actually go down. Even though we would be switching from antigen testing to PCR testing. The reason why costs would go down is because the federal government has paid for all of that testing absent logistics. So we would be responsible for logistics, but our estimation right now of costs would bring us far below where we're projecting right now with antigen testing. Long story short, we're fine for now. We do have that state grant that you already approved. We're monitoring it. If we feel that there is a need to request additional funding from the state, not from you, we will bring that revision to you.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. Will you read what meeting then? I think it's important to note, because that was we didn't originally anticipate testing everybody, but of course we want to keep everybody safe as we can. I certainly agree with that, and just being able to afford to do that. It's interesting that the new process could actually save us money or cost less, which means the money that we have. So the grant money that we did right, and receive, we can use that to pay for the logistics in if we go to a new program. Am I correct, or?
You're correct.
Okay.
We would shift the funding over to pay for some of the logistics, staffing, that kind of thing.
And then that would really extend it then. That would, we'd be able to get a whole lot more out of it.
Yes, we're working with the grants department. We do think once we make this shift, assuming we do, we have to make sure that it can scale up. It's actually being used in many other districts, including Clark County already. We will be under the budget you've already approved.
Oh, fantastic.
Now, just note, I wish we could take that money and put it into academics, but that's a state grant specific for COVID and primarily testing.
It's restricted money.
So either way, the state is paying for this. It's just how much they want to pay, and they're encouraging us to make the shift, and I understand that.
If I can follow up, I see your light then, Dr. Nicolette, following. What would it take to make the shift? Because it seems like that might open the door to being able to, continue, even though we're looking at 10%, if we can keep that 10% safe, then, I'm certainly willing to have that conversation. What will it take to make the shift so that we can begin?
So we are going to set up some smaller clinics to just look at the logistics to make sure it is something that we can scale. We're in communication with the other districts just to look at what they've found. And what we don't want to do is interrupt fall sports because that's a very kind of regimented process at this point in time. We don't want to sort of change midstream with those families. As we make the shift, we will communicate to families far in advance of when this would take over for athletics as well. Right now, when we're trying to create the accessibility to all students and staff, we would be moving to this different product for that.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. Trustee Nicolette and then Trustee Smith.
And to piggyback on what you just said about accessible to all students and all staff, from a health standpoint, COVID aside, is there some definitive data on comparing the two types of testing? Pros and cons, compare and contrast to the two different types of COVID testing. Thank you. Good answer.
I'm gonna sort of punt on that question. I'm going to work with the Washington County Health District and get you some specific references. The primary shift would be from the antigen to the PCR. The PCR takes longer to get the results back, which will impact us to an extent, but it's more accurate.
Sorry, what's long? I'm.
No, we're going to ask the same thing. What's long? It's the same thing. Go ahead.
Longer. Yeah.
It is an approximate 48-hour turnaround time for results. It can be as quick as 24 hours. For very remote locations, their experience has been it's taken sometimes as long as 72 hours. When it has taken that long, it's primarily been islands out in the Pacific. So we don't have any islands, but we do have some remote locations. So that kind of a delay. Now, I will, don't forget what I said earlier, and sorry, that was kind of rude. I apologize for that language. Antigen tests are hard to find right now. So we do have some concerns about even being able to continue with the contractor that is providing antigen tests at this point.
What if a student or staff member, for whatever reason, refuses to be tested? What is our protocol? I'm thinking here about choice.
Are you referring to athletics testing or?
You had mentioned that we would extend it to student and staff. Were you just talking about athletics?
No, I wasn't. But so testing is an option. It is not a mandate. Now, in terms of athletics, eligibility based on the governor's directive requires testing. So if someone opts out of testing, they're not going to be eligible for athletics. We don't require people to get tested, but we strongly encourage it. For example, if they are you've seen all our protocols. If you're a close contact, 3 to 5 days out, we strongly encourage that you get tested. we're trying to have locations where you can get that test so that you could minimize your exclusion period, for example. But it's always a choice. And even with athletics, parents are signing permissions for their kids to be tested. They have to provide the permission.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. LaMarca, to follow on with that, I think that that's fantastic. One of the real common themes that we're getting in public comment, board comments, is about that difficulty with getting your student tested so that the exclusion period can be minimized. So I really appreciate that we're looking at options for the students. That's, I realize, more of a statement, but wanted to encourage that. The question I had was around the grant process. Has the district paid anything out of its general fund that could possibly be replenished from any of these grants that come in? Meaning, have we put in any upfront costs that these grants might be able to reimburse us for?
That's a very good question, and the answer is actually yes, but not with respect to the testing that we've been talking about. And I believe this is accurate. Mark Mathers might be in the building. As you know, we extended hours for clinical aides and for some office personnel in our schools. And I think Mr. Mathers sort of fronted general fund in order to do that, knowing that we could then use this grant. We did, Mr. Ernst, the Chief Accountability Officer, did submit a revision to the state regarding the ELC grant, the federal grant. That was approved, so we are now able to use the grant to pay for the clinic aid hours and the office hours, and that's retroactive.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Smith. Any other comments, questions, any desire of the board to change courses, so to speak, and that the courses we continue to adhere to Governor's Directive 048 and stay with the testing of all students involved in athletics and activities, as we've done for sort of a pilot, if you will. I had the results here. Thank you. And if you wouldn't, I hope we're going to continue to track that so that we can continue to follow that in the event we need to make some different decisions or anything like that at some point. It's certainly good to know. But it looks like we can continue. We have the funding and opportunity to continue it. So I'm certainly comfortable with it. But I don't know what my colleagues, if you have any kind of different feeling on it. Otherwise, then we will move on because there's not a motion to do anything otherwise. And it looks like that's where we are. So all things clear, we've gotten all the public comment on this item. So thank you very much to you both. Pete, thank you for the good work. And I know it's kind of a revolving door. You bring them in, they go out. You bring them in, they go. But thank you. That's continued work for you and all the team. So thank you. And thank you, Dr. LaMarca. We appreciate it. All right, so now we're going to go to reports. We're going to start with board reports, and we see the agenda item here. Each board member will have a 3 minutes. You want to make a student? You want to make a report real quick? Well, we'll start. We'll go out of order a little bit. Chair's privilege. I get to do that, and we want to hear from the student representative before you. I know you have school and life and so on. Yeah, we want to get you out of here, but if we can hear a report, we love to first before.
Right. Thank you, Madam President. So currently we're preparing to meet with all the high school principals for student in the district for Student Voice to recruit our students. We'll be meeting with all the principals on Thursday with our area superintendent, Miss Gina Curtis. And then from there, we will also be presenting at the academy meeting in front of all our administrators to have recruitment as well. And we're meeting next week to continue recruitments. And we actually created committees. So students who do not want to join council can be able to be a part of Student Voice, but not fully commit to always coming to the meetings if they're not able to, but join when they are interested in the topics or the projects we are working on. So they don't have to be fully committed. So right now we're mostly working on recruitment. We're working on a video and working with different students from the district to gain more recruitment overall. Thank you.
Fantastic. That was worth staying for. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. We'll still hold you to last, Madam Superintendent, and I'll just ask if any of our colleagues have a board. Why don't we start? Why don't we go with? We'll start. Which way do you want to start?
I actually want Victoria.
I'll ask everyone if you wouldn't mind. Please, keep it down if you will. You have a question, real quick?
I just want to say thank you because our student voices are so important, and you and your team have worked very hard on this. And please continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank you so much. Happy studying. Okay, I think I started with you last time, Trustee Church, so I'm going to start this way this time, okay? Trustee Rodriguez?
The last 2 weeks is not as productive as before. You guys know I had personal loss in the family, so it's been kind of a rough week. But I want to thank you all for being very supportive. So, not a whole lot. Did meet with the WEA, so I got to hear some insight, concerns regarding different things and different ideas, and more or less just introduce myself. And Trustee Smith was able to join me on that. And I got a schedule for a school visit with Dr. Nicolette come up here soon, so I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, the last couple weeks have been kind of rough, so not as productive as before, given personal life circumstances.
Well, thank you, and again, our condolences to you and your family. Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead, Vice President Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I got to visit Sepulveda and Beasley and Lois Allen. And that wasn't a lot, but that's what I did. And I don't know if I can say this, but I'm going to say it. Sometimes we trustees are told that we're being watched, and I find that kind of creepy. Just saying.
Okay. Well, no. Well, thank you, Vice President Minetto. We'll just keep working our way around. Then to Clerk Nicolette. Mm-hmm.
I had two fun events. First off, the Marcy Hers much-awaited grand opening. They opened the school during COVID, which was a stellar feat in and of itself. And so the celebration was a week ago, and it was absolutely wonderful. It was a beautiful day. I walked in with a lady who doesn't have children in the school district anymore. She lives in the neighborhood, and she said, I just want to see how my money was spent. And I thought that was really cool. I was very glad that she was there, and she was looking forward to the tour. So that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. And then I will tell you that as an educator, I had the pleasure of sitting in at DePaul Middle School 2 of the professional learning community sessions. There were 2 math, and there was 1 English language arts, ELA. And I will tell you that listening to those teachers in their small groups, and then they take their information back to their colleagues in their disciplines, listening to them talk about how, I will use my name, how they are going to support Diane because she might be struggling a little bit in math. And where was she? Where is she now? Where does she need to be? What essential standards are we working on? What guarantee are we giving Diane and her family and the community that she's going to have this information that she needs to be successful? All the way to and through, I'll use my name again, Diane is doing fabulously. What are we going to do to help support her continued growth? Because she's moving right along, and we need to give her what she needs to continue to blow off the charts. And so it was just wonderful, and I will tell you, there were honest discussions. These teachers were worried about their students, and they reflected on the importance of their work and working together. And I'm going to do more of those, because when I visit schools, you can walk in the classrooms and you get a little snippet, and you're always not sure what's going on, and I feel like a little bit of an outsider. I've always felt welcome, but you're a visitor. But sitting in on those PLCs was moving, and I learned so much, and I need to do more of that. So thank you, teachers at DePaul, for helping me with that opportunity. It was fun.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Smith?
Thank you very much, Madam President. So I attended a meeting with Trustee Rodriguez with Kirk Starkey, and he's from the Office of Internal Audit. And I thought that that was fascinating. I am so grateful that Mr. Starkey exists with his team. He educated Trustee Rodriguez and I on the external audit process as well, which I think is a very important part of fiscal responsibility. And so I really appreciate that team and them taking the time to educate us. Also, to carry on to what Trustee Rodriguez said, we were introduced to the leadership team of the WEA, which was fantastic, and super glad to be able to open up a line of communication with them so that we can represent all the teachers and their needs and to be able to represent them. On a fun note, I was able to attend Reno High's homecoming. I was invited to that in their pregame barbecue and parade. I thought it was amazing. There was so much about that I absolutely loved. But what I would like to focus on in this conversation was watching Principal Hackbush with his students. I was there for the parade, and the floats are coming down, and each of the classes, they compete. So they each had a theme, and they came down the street, and there's Principal Hackbush with his microphone and making sure everybody's safe and the street is shut down, and he was just amazing. I certainly got to visit the school, and I saw him in that professional principal, and then I got to see him also as a professional, but in his element with the students, and it was just so warm and lovely. So also the Booster Club did a fantastic job with that event. I appreciate all the contact that I'm having with the District D parent and teacher groups. I've been invited to quite a few of those events, and I look forward to participating with those in the future. And I also participated in Saturday's career fair at Nick Polikitis. I had a great time doing that. It is extremely well run. The staff was enthusiastic. The applicants that were there were very excited. There were great people that came through. It was an honor to represent the district, and I'm very excited for those potential new team members. But it's set up very, very well. So organizationally, 2 thumbs up. I'm also looking ahead to the topic of bell schedules. I appreciate all the contact that I have had so far with parents, with teachers, and administrators. I am knee-deep in getting feedback on that, and I absolutely welcome it. So thank you very much to all those who have reached out. And last but not least, I would like to carry on from Clerk Nicolette and publicly congratulate Principal Angie Bryan and the team at Brown Elementary School for earning their national recognition as a model professional learning community. It's their 3rd consecutive year, and they are the only Nevada school to be named that. So congratulations to them. Awesome. And I also want to congratulate Milton Himes, and he's the U.S. government teacher at Incline High School, for being named the 2021 PBS Spotlight Award winner for Extraordinary Educator. And I've congratulated them both personally, but I do feel it is worth bringing up in a public meeting. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. I wish I could have a fun note, but I can't. Just for the record, the 3.05, I have the notice of for my censure, alleged censure, future censure, to be postponed to October 12th at approximately 2 p.m. And that segues into what I really want to talk about. Public speaking is so tough, and I appreciate everybody that gets up and speaks. And we had one troubling exchange where a gentleman spoke on matters of public concern, was threatened with slander. I don't care who's right or who's wrong. It's just troubling to see that. And so that leads me into a dilemma that I have. I'm sick to my stomach. My stomach is in knots. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells. I wonder if I'm going to get censured again for what I say right now. I wonder what the ethics are. I wonder what my mom and dad would want me to do. But at 4:54 today, Dr. Taylor went into great detail about denial of knowledge about the Calvert issue. Throughout the incident today and this morning, legal counsel went into great denial to the point of the slander comment. So I have an email I'd like to read into the record from Angie Taylor to me, unless anybody objects. But more importantly, an email from Neil Rombardo to Dr. Taylor, dated 8/19 of 21. So it would have been August 19th of 21 at 2:03 p.m., but I would need their permission to do that because it's attorney-client. And at 4:54, Dr. Taylor made clear if anybody has any documents to stand up and do it. And then there's another email from Attorney Rombardo to me I'd like to read in, but it would potentially be attorney-client, and that's dated September 15th 2021. So while you ponder that, unless anybody objects, I'll read into the record the email from Dr. Taylor to myself, which I guess is not attorney-client. So once again, this is August 24th. This would be about 2 hours before the board meeting where Jackie Calvert attended, and here is the email from Angie Taylor, sent Tuesday, August 24th, 2021, 12:09 p.m. to Church Jeffrey, subject NRS 281-050. For the record, that is the statute on residency. Trustee Church, I have not done the research, so I can't respond to your question. However, if there is a question of someone's residency, it should be addressed with the appropriate state or local office for resolution. Did I miss something? Angie, end email. May I have your permission to read the legal ones that you asked if we knew we should read into the record?
I'll go to.
I don't think my time's up, and the other people extended theirs. I watched the clock.
Well, just for a few, I mean, I'm not, you know what, I don't, go ahead.
If not, I'll put my public comment in.
No, that's okay.
Don't forget
Go
the
ahead.
part where you sent back an email saying the issue was resolved.
It's my time, Counselor.
Did you say that?
Let's hang on.
You do what you want, Counselor. I'll do what I want. Don't you tell me what to do.
I will.
Trustee Church and Counsel, please. Trustee Church, go ahead and read
You
the
are
email.
out of line.
Trustee Church, go ahead and read the email.
The email is dated 8/19/21. Now that is days before anything else happened and days before. Here it is. Quote, "Hi, President Taylor. I just received a visit from T. Church. He informed me that Bruce Parks discovered that Trustee Calvert is living out of her district. I do not think it is a legal issue for this office. It is an issue for the Secretary of State. I thought you should know, however, Neil A. Rombardo, Esquire." That's the email in its entirety. But I will emphasize, Bruce Parks discovered Trustee Calvert is living. There's nothing in there that says vague. There's nothing in there that says maybe. You know, we can talk about what was said in that meeting, everything, but that is the word-for-word email. I will go down to the email of 9/15, 12:55. That's very long. I'm only going to read one sentence. On Thursday, August 19th, 2021, before 2 p.m., you came to the office of the General Counsel unannounced and informed me that Bruce Parks had information that Trustee Calvert lived outside her district. See first attachment. You also told me that you were not sure of the validity of the information. End quote. Thank you very much.
Okay. You want to respond first, Counsel? Go ahead.
The exact sentence that you said to me, and I paraphrase, and I immediately walked downstairs and shared this exact comment with the superintendent was, Bruce Parks has information that Trustee Calvert may be out of her district. I am not sure of the validity of it. I don't know if it's truthful. What do? I said, I don't investigate that. Go to the Attorney General's office or the Secretary of State. I would like the superintendent to confirm that within 3 minutes of that meeting, I said that exact statement to her.
That is absolutely correct. I have it documented.
So in my email, I am paraphrasing. And that is exactly what's happening. And if you recall your own comments from the last meeting, isn't it true that you said you weren't sure when you first received the information, and then you turned out that you said it turned out it was wrong, and then it turned out it was right? That's your own comment from the last public meeting.
Okay, I want you.
I'll be very brief.
No, because your time's up, so that's only fair, right? No, now you're looking at see. No, everyone gets their time, and that's okay. And he got a chance to have his. I want to respond and say this. My email from legal counsel. First of all, when you and I didn't. This is not my laptop, or actually I do have my laptop. I should look it up. Your email to me that I responded to you simply said it was all the NRS behind if someone should live in their district. Period. That was the email you sent to me, and my response was, that's a thing to be resolved by state or local election officials. And I said, did I miss something? Because your email to me was not specific to Jacqueline Calvert or anybody else at all. And that's why I said, Did I miss something? Your response to me, only a couple of hours later, was resolved. One word email, resolved. That was it. Before then, you just sent an email to me that there may be a situation with the trustee outside the district I should talk to NR. Your email to me said maybe. I spoke to NR. He told me that you said you weren't sure of the validity of information, yada, yada. When I got the email from Bruce Parks, 2 weeks later, probably 2.5 weeks later, when he had some specifics, so then that lends some credibility to it, then I took the step and I called Trustee Calvert, former Trustee Calvert now. So let's not make this into something that it isn't. Let's not make this into something that isn't. That's part of the problem, is trying to make it into something that it isn't.
And I'll be very brief. Number one, that's why we need an investigation, because we can go back and forth with all kinds of emails of what I said to who. Number two, the email is clear. We can talk all day about what I said, but the email from Mr. Rombardo to President Taylor, so this is what has to be in President Taylor's mind when she reads it, is not vague. The email, and I don't know when she opened it, but the email is pretty hair-raising, pretty definitive, pretty not to be ignored. Thank you.
Well, that was after a phone conversation I had with with counsel, because you advised me have a conversation with NR. I had the conversation with NR.
My meeting with Mr. Rombardo was about 2 p.m. His email was sent at 2:03.
So I'm putting on notice that I don't have notice of this conversation. I'm not going to be disparaged by a trustee any longer or by the board. If you want to notice me and discuss my ethics at the next meeting, I'm more than happy to do it. But I'm not letting you do this anymore. This is in violation 241.033 and NRS 241.034.
Trustee Rodriguez?
If I could use up the rest of my 3 minutes.
Just go right ahead.
I have a feeling that this is stuff that may be discussed at our next board meeting. I kind of feel like we are getting way off topic. Let me just say that, just because I do feel like there's going to be a time and place for this, and right now it's not the time.
I think we'll go with that. But I just pulled up, so I'm more than willing to do that. So this is what we would do. I will ask for I will put in something on the agenda when the information comes back in terms of what the legalities are around the residency of Trustee Calvert, and then we can, or former Trustee Calvert, right? And then we can then we can have that conversation at that time. Okay, Superintendent McNeil.
I had a report, but I won't be giving it tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. We are down to public comment. JJ?
Shannon Coley.
Welcome, Ms. Coley.
Hi. It is abundantly clear that this board only wants diversity in race, religion, gender, and sexual orientation, but you do not want diversity in values, ethics, thoughts, and standards. You want people who think identical to you and comply fully. You have even codified it in the governance laws and numerous board policies. Touché. Dissent is not allowed. And if you dare speak up for your own or your constituents' differing opinion, you will be punished. Now, regarding the social justice curriculum, literally almost every American supports a realistic teaching of slavery and BIPOC American experience. But that is a far cry from the divisive curriculum you proposed. It was not about honest, realistic history. They are about oppressed versus privileged, and those who make the rules keep power for themselves by asserting their privilege over minorities. This version of social justice has little to do with justice and everything to do with socialism. Justice has no qualifier. Trustee Church basically said those words in a February 9th meeting, and you, President Taylor, and Superintendent McNeil excoriated and berated him for even suggesting something so outrageous like there are laws that prohibit discrimination and harassment. How dare he? This is the level of your intolerance. I am certain by now you have all heard about the AP history teacher from Sacramento who openly said he had 180 days to radicalize and indoctrinate his students. He proudly displayed the Antifa flag and picture of Chairman Mao. They were there for 4 years for all of the administration and fellow teachers to see. He said the other teachers agreed with his philosophy. The truth is, this teacher is not an outlier. I believe he is the norm. You may think this doesn't happen in Washoe County. Well, let me tell you, there are multiple local teachers who have signed up for the Zinn Education Promise, which promises to teach the truth. Whose truth? Truth like the Antifa teacher's truth? I know this school district aligns with Howard Zinn's ideology because you have his name throughout all of your many resources. I know who Howard Zinn was and what he wrote about. He called himself an anarchist. He called himself a democratic socialist. He called himself a Marxist. He believed in wiping out national borders, and he was a complete political ideologue who spoke about changing our political and economic landscape. I know teachers' colleges use this man's philosophy. Good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
Chris McAvoy.
Welcome, Ms. McAvoy.
Hi, thank you. My comment speaks to the newly formed Superintendent's Task Force regarding the supplemental curriculum. It's just my understanding that the picking of who will serve on the Superintendent's Task Force regarding supplemental curriculum is now complete. So per the Washoe County School District website, the goal of this task force is to make and share recommendations to the superintendent regarding supplementary curriculum materials that best serve the interest of all Washoe County School District students, employees, and community members. I hope this focus on all is emphasized by the superintendent when charging the task force members with their upcoming assignment. I also expect the superintendent will follow Board Policy 9088, Part 1, in which she is mandated to follow official actions of the board. As we know, the board previously ruled during the June 8th board meeting that the task force in charge of the supplemental curriculum is forbidden to allow any content that contains politics or divisiveness. It is also my understanding, and at a later meeting, that the equity in the Washoe County School District means equal opportunities for all students, but not equal outcomes. So I just want that applied and the task force directed based on past board decisions. These official actions of the board are binding on the superintendent and thereby binding on the task force. With that, I would request that the task force be tasked when choosing supplemental curriculum, that they choose one that brings all students together as Americans. Our nation is diverse, and the diversity does bring enrichment and strengthen our country, but only if all diverse groups are unified by being grateful to live in this country that people from all over the world are trying to get into, versus focusing on how we are different and putting one group down over another. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McAvoy.
Casey Rogers.
Welcome back, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. Casey Rogers for the record. The scam. It's been going on for decades. Nefarious, intricate ideology manipulating the education system. We have entrusted our children to what is a corrupt system, grossly exposed by the COVID-19 fraud. You have been provided verified scientific evidence and data. You have provided nothing in support of your actions. Ideology, not education. The United States, 28th in the world in education. Nevada, 49th out of 50. In industry, in small business, in any arena, that is failure. The shell game. Corruption of money. A school union that intimidates politicians, leaders, administrations, school boards, and some teachers. Huge sums of money to manipulate Education. The money doesn't follow the children. Administrators in the shell game, superintendents being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, vacation pay, health care benefits, automobile subsidy. Some get lifetime benefits. Teachers, $63,000 to $110,000 in salaries and benefits for 9 months of work. And raises in a failed system. Can't wait to see the published salaries and benefits for 2020 for failed performance. Citizen tax dollars, huge sums to education. 24% of the Nevada state budget from the Gwynn Center analysis. A budget for an agenda of ideology. Education performance, 49th out of 50 nationally. And a country 28th in the world. A congratulatory failure you give yourselves. The fix. Constant complaints about Clark County corruption. Board members and citizens with character of any affiliation do not compromise their ethics and morals, especially in the welfare of children. Shame on this system. The fix. We know your vote on these issues are predetermined. The scientific data is ignored. The corruption and money is embraced. You all are on notice. We understand the scam, the shell game, and the fix.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Fred Simon.
Dr. Simon, welcome back.
Thank you. That was an interesting monologue, which is significantly true because you never really consider the data. I will tell you, two of the hospitals that I worked in, trauma hospitals, 50 and 70 nurses have quit. Doctors are quitting. People aren't going to take the vaccine. Robert Malone, who made the messenger RNA virus, tells everybody not to take the vaccine. You all advocate it. I've been wearing masks for 51 years. I was an operating room technician at 17. I've worn masks probably a third of my life. They don't protect anything. You guys don't listen to anything because you don't care. You really don't. It's very interesting to be in this dynamic. This is my 11th school board meeting in 2 months, all over the state. You coalesce among yourselves and listen to all your experts, and you don't look outside. I'm going to pursue this. I'm going to continue to come here, and I'm going to watch what happens because there's going to be a lot of issues down the line because of your decisions. Your decisions are not science-based. All they talked about, science-based, science-based, science-based. Do you realize the number of publications that have been wiped off the internet? Robert Malone's participation in the RNA has been wiped off out of Wikipedia. Have you ever considered what's going on? No. You're all interested in this. Your self-contained deal. The fascinating thing I learned today, though, if you're a citizen, there's no interaction between board members and me. But if you're a board member under pressure for something, you get to interact with the citizens. You chose to. And I watched it and observed it. So I still don't know what the rules are here. Because y'all make up the rules as it goes on. You make up the rules that are based upon what you believe works for you. It's not what works for the public. It's not what's going to work for the children. You sit on your phones and you text and you read information when somebody's up here, and you don't care. You fail to look in to the depth of what you're given. Otherwise, there would be more dialogue here. And all the times I've been here, there's been no dialogue about all this vast information that's been brought to you. You spend time on your phones and disengaged, and You haven't utilized any of it. This is pathetic.
Thank you, Dr. Simon.
Dean Williford.
Williford? Maybe Dean stepped out, maybe? Okay.
Kaylin Evans.
Mr. Evans, welcome.
Hi, my name's Kaylin Evans, and I'm an educator here in Washoe County. I'm here today to kind of speak about the overall dynamic of how these meetings have been going on. And as you guys know just as well as anybody, I was here a couple meetings ago. I watched the majority of them and followed very closely. A lady had brought her young son, probably about 9 years old, to the meeting. It showed me that obviously this was important enough for her to bring a child. I had my daughter here earlier, and anybody who has kids understands the difficulty of trying to bring a child to a school board meeting. During that time, some people had spoken in support of mask mandates, and behind them, the people were hissing and booing at these people speaking. The young boy at the time starts looking around, and you see him start to, like, oh yeah. He has no idea what he's booing. He just is there with somebody who he looks up to, and he's mimicking the behavior of the adults in the room. The interesting thing about that is I can guarantee you that if that mother, if that child was in school and started booing and hissing his classmates because they disagreed with him, that mother would reprimand that child, would correct that behavior, because we would never expect our children to act in that sort of a manner. But yet we continue to do that as adults. And Dr. Taylor, to start the meeting before public comment, you had to plead with adults in the room to please not be insulting and not be derogatory, not hurl insults. All these things that seem to be very much common sense to us as adults. The argument is not whether we all need to agree on everything, and the beauty of a democracy and public and First Amendment rights is we have that ability to speak. But the idea that we can't actually have a conversation, and if you watch these meetings and the people that are watching them, they're embarrassing to watch because our community is just turning on itself and can't actually have a constructive dialogue with each other. I've had teachers want to come and speak at these meetings, and they don't even feel comfortable because of the overall environment. And today was, as you guys know, is a lot different, which is nice. With coming agenda items, I can see the dynamic of this meeting shifting in a very stark direction. So I would just implore all of you to, and Mr. Church, I heard you, talking to people in the stands, saying decorum rules, like trying to advocate for people who come up here to be civil and respectful of, the trustees and the differing in opinions, because our children are watching us, and I know that sounds cliche, but they absolutely are, and in a lot of sense, we are not modeling at all the behavior that we would expect from our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Madam President?
Yes.
May I say something?
Yes, Madam
Thank you. Mr. Evans, I want to thank you for your respectfulness and for your heartfelt concern for our kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you. JJ?
Ron Dreher, Sr.
Mr. Dreher? Oh, here he is. Welcome, Mr. Dreher.
Thank you very much. Madam President Taylor and Honorable Trustees, Dr. McNeil, and all present, my name is Ron Dreher. I appear before you here as a representative for the Washoe County School Police Officers Association to inform you all of the problems our Police Officer Association is facing and attempting to resolve an impasse in their own and their current attempts to get a successor collective bargaining agreement. An arbitrator has heard 2 days of testimony and will decide on October 21st whether to rule in favor of the association or the district in what is known as last best offer arbitration. This arbitrator has made it very clear that he wants the parties to reach the impasse and resolve it, and not have him make the decision. He stated that if he could, he would order the parties to resolve this matter. The cost of making this decision is an additional $15,000 to $18,000 for each side. He stated he would rather put that money in the officers' pockets. He was advised by the district representatives that she had the authority to meet and resolve this dispute with us. She, however, has shown that she does not have that authority to reach an agreement. Yesterday we met. She provided an offer, and we countered that offer. She then stated our offer exceeded what your parameters were. She would have to go back to your board for additional authority. She refused to go to you all yesterday, like you normally do when you're in a situation like that, or go to the superintendent for immediate direction. Accordingly, she doesn't have the authority to negotiate this agreement. Otherwise, we would have had it done yesterday. We implore you, as the board, to have someone with the authority to resolve this matter, to meet with us in compliance with the arbitrator's request. We go back to the table Thursday, somewhere around 10 o'clock, because we're waiting to hear back from the district's representative as to when. And here's the thing. The arbitrator stated emphatically, fix this, or it's going to cost each party $15,000 to $18,000. That's $36,000, half of which is taxpayers' money. It doesn't have to happen. We need your direction as the board to give your representative, your person sitting across the table from us, the authority to negotiate this contract. We've asked, and I've talked and sent an email to Dr. McNeil to assist in that. She has the authority. You all do. We appreciate that. Your direction to the district is requested, and we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Dreer.
Ron Dreer, Jr.
Welcome, Mr. Dreer.
Thank you. Madam President, Honorable Trustees, I too am one of the representatives of the Washoe County School Police Officers Association, and a lot of what I'm going to say is going to reiterate what my dad just said. We have spent the last year in contract negotiations trying to come to an agreement with the district. Unfortunately, these negotiations have been unsuccessful, and we were forced to declare impasse. We had no choice. We attempted to mediate this contract, and yet again we were unable to reach an agreement. Since then, we have held 2 days of arbitration with hours of testimony in an attempt to reach an agreement, and we're still not there. We continue, as representatives of the association, to offer to the district to meet at any time, any day, for as long as it takes to make an agreement, and yet we're still here. We're still trying. The reasons behind the failure of these negotiations and subsequent mediations are many. The biggest reason for our inability to reach an agreement, though, is the failure of the district representative to bargain in good faith. Never was a compensation offer brought to the table. Never an attempt to get this contract settled has a reasonable offer of compensation been made. In fact, no offer of compensation was made to this association until early August of 2021, almost 1 year after we began negotiations. It is impossible for us to come to an agreement when the sides come to the table saying no, and one side offers nothing. How can we ever agree on anything? We met yesterday with your representative in yet another attempt to follow the arbitrator's direction and reach a deal. The arbitrator told us, as was just told to you, that $15,000 to $18,000 of taxpayers' money will be spent if he has to read this arbitration and make a decision. It's a waste of money. The district representative made an offer. We countered right away, and she left, literally slamming the door in our face as she walked out, telling us the only offer she had was the one she gave us, and no more discussion was going to happen. We can't reach a deal when one side won't deal. We've attempted to talk to Dr. McNeil. We've attempted to work with your representative. We will continue to do so as long as it takes. We don't care. We will be here every day, all day, no matter what it takes to reach a deal, because for one, we don't want to spend taxpayers' money on nothing, and two, these officers deserve it. We are here in the last-ditch effort to reach a deal. We implore the board to send someone to the table who can conclude this contract, or at least order your representative to bargain in good faith and stop punishing these officers for protecting our children and our schools. Save the taxpayers $15,000 to $18,000 on unneeded arbitration and settle this agreement. Please ask to see all of the proposals that have been made in detail, and you will see that a contract can be reached and should have been reached by now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dreer.
Grouping Sun.
Welcome, Mr. Sun.
Hi. Culture Revolution 2.0 is here, right now. After Cultural Revolution 1.0 ended 45 years ago in China. These two cultural revolutions are identical because they share two fundamental principles. Number one, lies. Number two, hatred. Propaganda of Cultural Revolution 1 says people belongs to oppressor class, are bad and mean. This is a lie. They are nice, kind, generous human being. CRT says white person are racist. This is a lie. They are nice, kind, generous human being. Two cultural revolutions also share hatred. All the music in Cultural Revolution 1 are similar. It's like capitalism's bad, Americans are bad, we hate them, we kill them, we kill them. That's sort of music I grew up with. Until one day I heard American song. This is a soundtrack of Love Story, the movie. This was really peaceful, beautiful, filled with love, sadness. I never felt this way before. Love of life. Remember, through the history, love and the life, love and the truth always win. Think of it, always. Love and the truth always win. Think of it, always. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sun.
John Eppolito.
Welcome back, Mr. Eppolito.
My name is John Eppolito. I'm with Protect Nevada Children. Infinite Campus is a paid vendor every public and public charter school in the state of Nevada uses to collect, store, and share data about our children. IC data is never deleted. Soon, the district will have Infinite Campus on the agenda. The district will not allow Protect Nevada Children time to respond to their sugar-coated presentation, where they will likely downplay the issues and implications with IB. Some of the data Infinite Campus stores forever on our children is subjective, personal, and very problematic. Data like counseling, medical, minor discipline, major discipline, and psychiatric. My twins have only been in Washoe County schools for 6 years. Their permanent Infinite Campus records are about 100 pages each so far. But I've made sure my kids have the minimum amount of data entered about them in IC because, one, they've never had any data entered about them by counselors, social workers, or school psychologists. They've never taken any of the psychological assessments some schools have given without parental consent. They've never taken any of the district surveys or questionnaires, and they've never taken any of the standardized tests like the SBAC. For most kids in the Nevada schools for 13 years, our guess is their permanent Infinite Campus record would be over 300 pages. No one really knows how simply the existence of this database may affect the future of our children. IC shares a subset of their data with others, including SANE, that's the Nevada's
database. This database contains around 1,000 data fields, including subjective and incriminating data that is also stored forever, including medical, minor discipline, major discipline, and psychiatric. 2, numerous third-party education vendors like Pearson. In 2018, Pearson had a data breach affecting 114,000 current and former Washoe County School District students, causing their personal data to be placed for sale on the dark web. Some vendors have access to, quote, everything in Infinite Campus for the students they serve via a secured login, end quote. Infinite Campus has been involved in at least 5 data breaches. Parents can view and or print their child's permanent Infinite Campus database by following the instructions on our website, protectnevadachildren.org. You can also find over 1,500 of us on our Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Okay, so I got a message for anti-vax. So you gotta visit a website. As Talus said, don't get vaccinated. You have to visit a website. Here's the website. Here you go. It's tiny, I'm sorry. So get vaccinated now. If not, see you soon. So here you go.
Okay, Mr. Duran, the COVID item is over, so it can't be about COVID, right?
All right.
Just to say focus, okay. It
All
has
right.
to be on general stuff that has not been already covered on the agenda.
Oh, you got it.
Okay.
So I got a message for about the censor of Jeff Church. So I hopefully Jeff have time to respond. So give it like 2 weeks. Jeff should give it 2 weeks to respond why it should not be censored. If he does give a email to me, if I do read it, it's very reasonable. Okay, fine. I do support censor. That's fine. So as of right now, Jeff's behavior seems like getting worse right now. But hopefully Jeff Church should visit low
Okay,
income.
no personal attacks now,
Okay.
okay? No personal attacks.
Okay, fine. So I do visit Galen High School homecoming, so that's great. So I got invited to a homecoming at Galen High School. So I want to say that many of anti-vax and anti-mask are being harassed and intimidated for the I who support the mask mandate or vaccine mandate. They give up names, they attack each other, all give it kind of stuff like they're like being friends. So they decided not to come to the school board meeting. So there's a bunch of right-wing extremists who are very vocal, small minority. They seem like they're huge, but they're small. So many of support of mask mandate and vaccine cannot go to the board meeting because they have a mental health issue and feel like they're being attacked or offended. I hopefully take that action, and I do note the first Samuel who running for governor give applause. So I hope I graduate. Hopefully you will have a successful campaign. I do think my prediction for Republican will be Joy Gerbert. And I hopefully you have a wonderful day and have a nice fall breaks.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Jeff Church.
Welcome, Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. My name is Jeff Church. I so much appreciated the speaker a few minutes ago that spoke about the child and rules of decorum, and that's what I want to speak on, rules of decorum, a little bit on open meeting law. That was such a great speaker, and I cannot emphasize enough that the audience follow those rules of decorum. It's frustrating, I know. Please, please, please obey the rules, wear the masks. Now that said, I have to apologize. The board reports on the agenda states, no discussion among Board of Trustees will occur on this item. I violated that rule. a number of us violated that rule. I don't think it could be any more clear in my opinion. I think I have a fiduciary duty to say that now before this gets out of the barn. That 553 conversation is probably going to go viral. I apologize if my demeanor was less than professional as part of that exchange, but clearly there was discussion in violation of that. So I think we as a board need not, well, some of you were silent, we're smart. The rest of us, myself included, we're not so smart. So I think we need to take steps to walk that back. But I sincerely apologize if my behavior was unprofessional. That's not what my parents or anybody else would expect from me. But there was a heated conversation that should have never occurred. And the speaker that spoke about children, that falls back on us. We behave just like children.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I think, well, I would be violating the rules if I said something. So let me just say thank you, Trustee Church. I want to go with the rules, and I certainly concur and own my own part of that. Any other public comment, JJ?
Those are all the cards I have. The board received emails from Joe Morabito, Shelley Bradley, David Thaxton, Jen Mortensen, Irene Payne, Kurt Thigpen, Kip McCormick, Grammy Reed, Gay Nichols, Dr. Pamela Payne, Paul Milo, Selena LaRue Hatch, Rose Wheeler, Amy Kavanaugh, Beth Martin, Stan and Anna Jolliffe, Anonymous, Julie Duvall, Margaret Spatz, Richard J., Russ Gronert, Eric Schumick, Janine Robinson, Sarah Elliott, Ariel Van Cleve, Bridget Boswell, the Nevada Commission on Minority Affairs, Janet Butcher, and Kristen Dahan.
Thank you, JJ. Okay, this concludes our meeting. Our next meeting is 2 weeks from today, right here at 2 p.m., October 12th, 2 p.m. We are adjourned. Thank you.